Yeah, I
human
think
trafficking.
I think it protects the JPs as well, because let's not forget, although we usually associate JPs with weddings, they have the same oath of powers as a notary public. And notary publics have to go through training, testing, etc. There's a whole code of conduct, etc. So, a JP can issue a subpoena. A JP can sign off on a land conveyance. A JP can do many things other than simply officiating a wedding. So without any sort of training, um, uh, consequences of doing something illegal, like I said, it's the wild, wild west.
Very concerning, especially the part about other
Mhm.
states are looking to people are coming here because our rules are too lax. Any questions in the room? I do see one online. Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Great testimony. It is a very important justice of the peace to have their training and knowledge and experience to perform their duties uh, in a manner that upholds the rule of laws and, of course, the public trust. It's very important. But if you are not receiving the comprehensive training or don't have the knowledge and experience you need to perform your duty, it really putting the community at risk and jeopardize also. So I'm shocked to don't even have the training program set by the towns, cities, or states. I think this is really overdue and needed. So I think legislator need to look into closely, add on this bill. Uh, of course, also we have to make sure there is no fiscal note or attached. Then will be another war, other side, especially this year. So thank you. You're doing great job. We are lucky to have you there, and keep up your good work. Thank you for being here today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator. And if I can just mention, Representative Kavros DeGraw, you mentioned the town clerks. I'll just direct everyone. The Town Clerks Association did submit written testimony on this bill, and they are in support.
Always good to hear. Representative Baker online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for coming out here and sharing so much of the information. It's enlightening in some of the things that I haven't heard, and just to give me some a better perspective of the process. I recently had an individual in my one of my constituents. They were trying to become a justice of the peace, and they were asking me for some direction. I directed them to the Democratic town chair, but it went on for maybe about 2 months, and there was no response. And being able to help them and get about the process itself. This bill, how do you feel that this will better streamline this process and also to help the accountability and who is actually becoming a justice of pieces and how many people are actually justice of pieces and how individuals can actually be part of the fair process of becoming justice of the pieces?
Thank you. It's funny, I was looking through the testimony and there was something submitted by a JP Laura Minor, and I have it in front of me, and she highlighted some of the issues. So for example, for 24 years, she ran a Justice of the Peace business in Bristol, and then she moved to another town, Stratford. So in Bristol, the town has 60,000 people and they have 210 JP slots. In Stratford, a town of 53,000 people, they only have 45 JP slots. So you very quickly can see, like, if someone is doing it as their job, just by moving to another town, they might lose their livelihood. In many states, your JP designation is portable. So a really important aspect of this bill is the working group that would be put together, I believe, in Section 6, that would allow people to look at this statewide, holistically. As I mentioned before, or briefly in my written testimony, town clerks fill unaffiliated JPs, and town committees fill Republican and Democratic JPs. Anytime there's a vacancy, the town committees can fill that vacancy. However, town clerks can only fill unaffiliated vacancies every 4 years. So if they fill it, day one, and all those people drop out by the end of the month, they can't fill any of those vacancies until another 4 years. So there are a lot of sort of antiquated regulations like that. How towns can decide on the number of JPs. There was some other testimony on the system. I do encourage you to look at all of it, about, again, people who have been JPs for a number of years, and maybe the town committee chair changes, and they may or may not be aware of this person's history, and they don't follow up with them to see if they want to continue. So you'll see testimony from people who have been a JP for decades in some instances, and then all of a sudden it's gone. So they're losing their livelihood. So I think adding some structure, some communication, and training really can solve a lot of problems.
Well, thank you. And do you feel that this legislation, this bill will help to keep more of a track of how many marriages are being performed by these JPs, and then also what the rate of pay that is being taken in from these marriages? Is this something that that you think that will kind of help a little bit?
I think it could. As written, it doesn't address either of those things directly, but Section 6 in the working group, that could be some of the issues that are looked into, most certainly. As always, other states have other guidelines. I'm not aware of what they are, but, I would definitely look at some of the best practices that other jurisdictions have adopted to, both tamp down on fraud and make sure that JPs are well trained.
Well, thank you for those answers, and I appreciate all the effort you have put into to streamline this bill through, and your expertise from your office. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you so much, Representative. Up next, we have Senator Gordon with some questions.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have two very quick questions. Madam Secretary, thank you for testifying. I read your testimony and I've read through the bill and the other testimony, and I don't have per se a problem with wanting to make certain we have justices of the peace trained. My first question is, relative to the exam, do you anticipate there'll be a fee, or would that just be provided free to the justices of the peace, and then they have to, within a certain period of time, pass the exam?
I'm so sorry. There was a noise in the room and you cut out for a moment. Could you repeat the question?
Sure, I'm happy to. Hopefully, my microphone is working well here.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
I don't have a problem per se with regards to examinations for justices of the peace, to make certain they're properly trained and understand what they're supposed to do. My question is, the examination, is that expected to be a fee charged for the exam, or is it a free exam that a justice of the peace is expected to take within a certain period of time and, of course, pass appropriately?
It's a good question. It's not explicitly outlined in the bill, and I would hope that this committee would think about that. For notary publics, for example, there is a fee. I believe that fee is very small, $18 perhaps. Does anyone know? Oh, $60. I would not recommend that for JPs. That sounds a little high to me, but we do have some experts here today even, but certainly in the area from the Justice of the Peace Association, and I think they could advise this committee better about what is standard.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And my last question, Madam Chair, is are you anticipating that justices of the peace, who many times can serve for years and do very good jobs over the years, that at periodic times they need to re-examine, or is it just an initial exam that they would have to take, and as long as they're a justice of the peace, they don't have to do any updated exam?
No, I would envision that it would have to be periodical. Part of the main goal of this bill is to make sure JPs are up to date with existing laws, and laws change all the time. So if someone were serving, like the testimony I just mentioned, for 24 years, I would imagine recertification.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Delnicki, followed by Representative Dubetsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's great to see you up there.
See?
The working group, great idea. Do you have any thoughts on where and how that group is going to work? And do you have an adequate amount of time to deliver a product? I see no later than January 1st, 2026.
I believe so. Again, I think part of the purpose of a public hearing is to hear from people who are certainly more expert in this area than I am. And I suppose this committee, in concert with all of us, would think of what the proper makeup of that group is. I do know a lot of justices of the peace and town clerks and people from the Office of Vital Statistics and the Justice of the Peace Association have been pondering these issues for many years. Like I mentioned, town clerks first brought it to me in 2018. So I think we could very quickly put together a working group and deliver results in time for that deadline.
Do you plan to survey existing JPs to see what they think the best practices are and try to incorporate that?
Well, I would imagine some sitting JPs would be on the working group.
Well, I appreciate that.
Sure.
I think that's probably the most important part there is to come
Absolutely.
up with what the best practices are, what should occur, what continuing education needs to be
Mhm.
there. And I look forward to seeing something coming forward next year, perhaps, once this committee working group actually comes up with their final results there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dubetsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for coming in, Commissioner. I'm sorry, Secretary. Madam Secretary, the working group, do you envision having people on it from various sized municipalities?
Absolutely. I think whenever we do something in the secretary's office, we try to make sure it's representative of all different voices, whether it's definitely in most of our work related to elections, for example, we always have to have small, medium, large, because JPs are appointed by Democratic town committees, Republican town committees, and town clerks. We would certainly have people, I would say, from all three of those entities for small, medium, and large towns. As Rep. Delnicki said, you want people who have served as JPs. I would also want some new JPs because I think they're in the best position to highlight what they're missing or what they feel they need.
Because as I go through the bill and your testimony, it seems clear to me that they are focused on larger municipalities. You mentioned municipalities with 40 or more JPs. In some of the smaller towns, there are only a handful, and the towns really struggle to fill those spots. So, there's certainly no need for a lottery of any type, which I saw in the bill also. And, it's essentially scouring the town to find somebody who's willing to put their name on the list, which is a very different situation than it appears this is primarily directed at. And I wonder if you considered that in towns like that are really having trouble finding people to fill the slots, if adding a training component and a test is going to make it more difficult for them to find people willing to serve in these positions.
I think the working group would address that in many different ways. First of all, I think what you're outlining is part of the problem. If a town is scouring, just looking for a name, that is not serving the residents of that town very well. If these people, one, don't plan to practice, two, don't know the rules and guidelines around it, and it's basically just a name on a piece of paper. The working group, one of the things it will address is portability from town to town. So I think it could actually help towns that can't find someone who wants to serve in this role by allowing JPs who are in other towns to perform these services in that, like maybe from a neighboring town. And you also mentioned something about there are several formulas, and I don't remember the statutes offhand, but there are several formulas that a town can use to set the number of JPs. So there's not often, or there doesn't have to be a correlation between town size and the number. So some very small towns have a high number of JPs and vice versa.
Okay, well, I appreciate your that the working group is going to take those things into consideration. Thank you for your testimony. Very much appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And I believe that ends our questions for you today.
Great.
We appreciate
Thank
you
you
being
so
here.
much.
Thank
Have
you.
a good day.
You too. Up next, we have number 2 and number 3 testifying together, Stephen Dreschler and Gordon Daring. And as a reminder, that does not mean you get 6 minutes. It's still 3 minutes. Thank you so much.
Okay, good morning, Senator Rahman, Representative Cavers DeGraw, and the members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Steve Dreschler. I'm current president of the American Council of Engineering Companies of Connecticut, ACEC. I'm joined by Gordon Daring, a member of our board. ACEC represents over 70 firms with over 2,000 employees here in the state of Connecticut. Our member firms engage in contracts with local governments that involve the design of millions of dollars worth of public projects annually. We appreciate the opportunity today to talk with you about the importance of House Bill 7149, which would implement a municipal qualifications-based selection, or QBS, process. QBS is a matter of great importance to our member firms because it directly impacts the quality of the professional services our engineers provide. We strongly support House Bill 7149.
Thanks, Steve, and thank you all of you for taking time with us this morning. QBS is a procurement process where engineering professionals are retained based on experience, expertise, capacity, and other project-related factors. House Bill 7149 would implement a municipal QBS process for large projects that use state funding. The bill would not apply to smaller municipal projects where the anticipated design fee is under $100,000. The bill would also not apply if state funding is not being used. Further, the bill is not a mandate. If a municipal ordinance conflicts with the bill, the ordinance will prevail. Municipalities, under this law, municipalities may also continue to use a list of pre-qualified engineers. The QBS process includes a discussion between the owner and the engineer about the scope of services to be performed before establishing a fee for those services, rather than asking for a fee up front, as in a low bid procurement. The opportunity to have this detailed discussion about the scope prior to establishing a fee is the crux of House Bill 7149. Let me offer a parallel example. Engineers provide professional services just as medical doctors do. Low bid engineering is equivalent to a patient calling a doctor's office saying, "Doctor, my knee hurts. Please give me a price to fix it." How could a doctor be expected to provide a price without having a conversation and meeting with the patient, doing appropriate testing, and offering treatment options? How could an engineer be expected to do the same on a large, complex engineering project design? Engineering fees are a small percentage of the total project cost compared to construction costs. Low bid engineering is penny wise and pound foolish. It forces the engineer to minimize his scope of work, use the most junior staff possible, and minimize expenses like soil borings to determine pre-existing conditions. On more complex projects, municipalities need to take the extra step of having a collaborative, long-term cost-saving conversation with the engineer to agree on a scope of services before placing a price tag on those services. We've also submitted written testimony providing a bit more detail about the advantages of QBS, and we would welcome any questions. Thank you.
That was impressive, both of you in under 3 minutes. We have folks who definitely can't do that when it's just them by themselves. I'm sure we are going to have questions. Hold on one second. I don't see any online right now. Any in the room? Senator Rahman.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today and sharing your thought and ideas. So I get it. You're talking about the adding that cost. Can municipality request firm to submit project cost for ranking purpose? Can they ask? So what will be the cost for the project?
The part of the QBS process is to wait until after the detailed scope of services has been defined before discussing cost. That's really the key point, because when you ask the engineer for a cost up front, it puts the engineer in a position where, like I said, they're kind of forced to try to minimize the work that they propose to do, plan to use more junior staff as opposed to more experienced staff, and limit things like investigating what's under the ground in the area of this project, which are all important things to determine what's the right scope of work, which is directly impacts the cost. I think I'm fair in saying that all of our engineering firms, we probably pay our staff about the same amounts. We all have to abide by the same professional ethics as professional engineers licensed in the state of Connecticut. So a low bid procurement of engineering services, not only does it not provide the best long-term cost-saving solution for the municipality, but it also puts us in a difficult situation where we have to balance meeting our professional obligations with providing a low cost. Quick answer to your question, Senator, is cost in the proposed law, cost would be considered after defining the exact scope of work to be done.
So give me your thought. Municipality now hiring the engineering firm. You think they are, well qualified based on their all the performance that previously they do, or they're just hiring the engineering firm whoever met the what do you call bid price?
Yeah, I have, I don't think at all that unqualified engineers are being hired, to do projects. But I think again, that by putting price first, it causes, it results in an engineer not being able to offer a full consultation.
And I would say, so it varies from municipality to municipality. There are different systems that are used. But, as Gordon said, it does incentivize the engineer to cut costs, to meet the minimum threshold to get the project done, and not necessarily design the best project that, will provide longevity and the lowest life cycle cost for a project.
Well, I'm sure the town first priority public safety, and I'm sure they are hiring and they should hire the qualified, experienced firm to perform their project and complete the project, avoiding the any kind of issues for public safety. So, thank you so much for explaining. Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in. The trigger for this is anticipating being more than $100,000 of engineering fees, right?
Correct.
How does the town know if it's $100,000 or more?
Either just from past experience in similar projects. I've been part of project procurements where residents in the town who are engineers. One example I can think of was there was a town engineer from one town who sat in on these procurement discussions in the town that he lived in. So, just based on, I would say based on prior experience with similar projects, either in that particular municipality or adjoining municipalities, the Council of Governments might be a resource because they are, deal with a number of different projects within their regions and could share that type of information, or even perhaps the Department of Transportation.
And I'd say based on rules of thumb, construction costs, there are rules of thumb that are used, and design is a percentage of that. So there are means to come up with budgetary numbers.
Okay, so you've got a small town that has never, whose current administration has never had a new bridge built or a bridge replaced, and is not staffed by any engineers. They should just kind of ask around to see if they need to follow this statute. They should ask local residents if anybody happens to be a engineer who might know.
Well, I think in that situation, it would be prudent for that municipality to have some type of engineer with some familiarity with the type of project that's being considered, involved in the process of writing the request for qualifications, sitting on a panel, evaluating the qualifications that are submitted by different firms, et cetera. I mean, I would hope that in that municipal situation that they are engaging someone to advise them just through the procurement process.
So they should hire an engineer to determine who to hire as an engineer?
That is done, yes.
Okay.
That would be an option.
With, I had another question. I can't remember it. You say that that most engineering firms pay their staffs about the same amount. doesn't this requirement sort of push these projects towards those bigger firms that have more staff as opposed to, you know, a guy that is on his own as an engineer and doesn't have the overhead that a big engineering firm has and may want to do a couple of jobs here and there? Doesn't that kind of knock the guy out of the bidding process?
I think there are projects where that sole practitioner would be the best qualified engineer for the project. I'll give you a personal example. A couple of years ago, my son wanted to build a deck off the back of his house, right? Not super complicated, except that particular deck was more than I could figure out how to do. So we hired an architect. When I got thinking about what architect to hire, I didn't think about the architects that are downtown Hartford that I was familiar with working with in my profession. I thought about an architect that had familiarity with doing small things like a deck design on the back of a house. And sure enough, I found a sole practitioner, did a wonderful job. It worked out very, very well. So I think that there are projects that sole practitioner would be better qualified for than a big firm. There would certainly also be big projects that a bigger firm is going to be qualified for just because they have the resources to do that type of project. I would also say that if there's a sole practitioner that's in a particular town, very familiar with the town, familiar with what's important in that town and so on, that would also be a qualification that would give him a leg up on others.
And do you have any idea how the $100,000 trigger was derived?
I do. It's like this.
Just pulled out of the air.
Yeah, it was just a round number. As Steve said, there is a rough relationship between the cost of engineering services and the total cost of construction. $100,000 engineering fee is in the ballpark of being 10% of $1 million construction project. $1 million seemed like a nice round number, but that number, that particular number is not really important. The mindset, the intent was that this would be geared toward what would be considered a more major, larger project. You know, whatever threshold could be defined to define that.
Okay, but as costs go up, that number should realistically move, right? Because you know, a major project at $1 million is not really a major project anymore. Maybe it was 5 years ago, but now you can't put in a couple of catch basins for under $1 million these days.
Yeah. Good point. Good point. So perhaps that needs to be thought through.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Just checking online to see if there's more questions. Seeing none at this time. Thank you so much. We appreciate you having you here.
Thank you very much.
And I'm sure people will reach out if they have questions after. Up next, we have number 4, Connor Martin, who is testifying with number 19, John Staffstrom. When you are ready, you have 3 minutes. Nice to see you in person. Best of luck with those chairs.
Got it. Can you hear me? Perfect. Once again, good morning. It is my pleasure to speak before you in support of the Port East Side Infrastructure Improvement District in the town of East Hartford. As mayor of the town of East Hartford, it is an honor to lead what I would call East Hartford's Great Revival. Having progressed from a town that would only do one project at a time, East Hartford now has 13 revitalization projects going on simultaneously. This includes housing, both single family and apartments, commercial and retail development, neighborhood building, placemaking, and most pivotal to the revival of East Hartford, the Port East Side project on the banks of the Connecticut River. East Hartford's current riverfront has been on the decline for a number of years now. It has suffered from a lack of investment, underutilization, and a lack of overall vision and interest. To make matters worse, our levee system in the I-84 Mixmaster challenged the town's ability to gain access back to its riverfront. However, through the vision of the Portyside development, I am optimistic we can overcome those boundaries and regain access to the single most beautiful natural amenity we have in East Hartford, being the Connecticut River. The Portyside project is a multi-use housing, commercial, retail, and placemaking transformation of our riverfront. It will take the town of East Hartford, currently known as a blue-collar working-class town, backed by world-class aircraft engine manufacturer Pratt & Whitney, to a true destination that the region becomes known for. What's most important about this project is that it will not only serve East Hartford, but instead the entire capital region. Many of you may know that East Hartford has partnered with the City of Hartford to create a shared vision task force. The charge of this task force is to create a roadmap that positions the capital region as a premier destination in Connecticut, not just a pass-through between New York City and Boston. The Portyside project is instrumental to this grand vision that we have for the region. The Portyside Infrastructure Improvement District supports the project by creating a financing mechanism that takes a portion of the revenues generated by the project and sends it back to the district to continue to support the critical infrastructure improvements of the project, which include roads, utilities, bridges, parking garages, and green space, while providing the town of East Hartford with much-needed incremental tax revenues, all while abiding by federal, state, and local laws, as well as state and local building and health codes. The district, whose boundaries encompass much of the East Hartford riverfront, from Picken Street to East River Drive, would establish a 5-member board consisting of property owners within the district, as well as town staff. The district would be allowed to issue its own bonding, accept federal funds, and take on its own debt. Decisions concerning infrastructure maintenance and ownership, the ratio of revenues going back into the project, and regular updates concerning the project's progress will continue to take place in the public arena at various town council meetings for public viewing and for public comment. Now, we have seen other infrastructure improvement districts, also known as tax incremental financing districts, that have completely revitalized neighborhoods that once suffered the same conditions as our riverfront does today. This includes the revitalized Harbor Point in Stamford, as well as the TIF district in Windsor and Bridgeport. Here in East Hartford, we don't believe in recreating the wheel, but instead taking something that we've seen work and making it work here in East Hartford. We also acknowledge in East Hartford that to move our town forward, we must start doing things differently and move away from being a barrier to development and instead its biggest supporter. The creation of this district helps us do just that. It moves us forward toward achieving the vision we have for this region. And so I strongly encourage the members of this committee to share in this vision with me and support this legislation. Thank you.
Hello, committee members. My name is John Stafford Jr. I'm at the law firm of Pullman and Cumley. I'm head of our public finance and public-private partnership group. I am joining the mayor here today in support of HB 7153. The bill would authorize the issuance of the the Portside East District along the Connecticut River. Under the legislation, the property owners in the district could vote to create the district after the legislature authorized the district. As the mayor explained, the district would then have to go to the town of East Hartford and negotiate a tax sharing arrangement with the town that would be approved by the town council.
Mm-hmm.
The district could then issue bonds to support the public infrastructure related to the project, without which the private infrastructure would not happen. The public infrastructure would be necessary to support the project's vision. If I just have one more, okay. I'm not going to repeat what's in my written testimony, but I will say that my firm has had experience in this in the state and a number of other places where the legislature has previously authorized these districts. For those of you who travel Interstate 95 in Stamford, all of South Stamford was started by the Harbor Point Infrastructure Improvement District, similar district, with $130 million of bonds through a tax sharing arrangement with Stamford. If you drive along in Bridgeport, the former power plant there at Steel Point now, spurred by $80 million of bonds there, is now got a marina. It's got the Bass Pro. It's got 440 units of housing. closer here to Hartford in Windsor, the Great Pond Infrastructure Improvement District is a similar type of district. So we have seen that this is, we've had the experience of seeing what a powerful economic development tool is for a municipality to assist in the creation of a project such as this. As the mayor outlined, this project is transformative. It would create 1,000 units of housing along the Connecticut River. It would create a 6-acre greenway, which does not exist, 400,000 square feet of entertainment and restaurant, contemporary office space, and transportation.
Okay, I was just going to tell you to wrap up, but that's good.
I am wrapped up. For all those reasons, we're supportive.
Thank you so
I'm
much.
happy
Thank-
to answer any
Thank
questions.
you both.
Thank
It
you.
sounds like quite a project. It's always good to hear about 1,000 units of housing on the Planning and Development Committee. While we are not the Housing Committee, certainly we have a lot of zoning purview, as you know, and hearing that good news is really great on a Monday. I believe Representative Delnicki has some questions for you.
Good morning.
Morning.
How is this project going to interface with Riverfront Recapture and Great River Park? Because I know that Riverfront Recapture has been a good partner both with the town of East Hartford and with the Metropolitan District.
Yep. So all the development that's happening with as a part of this Port East Side development is on the other side of the levee. Great River Park is on the river side of the levee, managed by Riverfront Recapture, as you noted, manages both the Hartford and the East Hartford side of it. So they're a main stakeholder. Obviously, we have our boat launch there. They are aware of the project. I do talk with Mike Zaleski, CEO of Riverfront Recapture, quite regularly about what's going on. So they'll be a stakeholder where we can make sure we take in their input, any feedback they may have. But the project is really on the other side of the levee, doesn't disrupt the park at all, almost enhances it. As I mentioned, the levee kind of restricting our access to the riverfront. The greenway that John had spoke of will actually sit on top of the levee, giving us greater access back to the riverfront, once again, complementing what Riverfront Recapture is already doing for us.
So then Riverfront Recapture would be operating totally separate from what this proposal is.
Yep. So we own the park, as you guys may know. Riverfront Recapture is basically our management in terms of maintenance as well as programming of the park. So we'll continue to own the park on the other side of the levee. We'll continue to continue that contract with Riverfront to continue to maintain it. Like I said, they're really just separate and really just going to complement each other.
And that would include the top of the levee.
The top of the levee, I think, would be a part of the project. I don't think we'd be putting that on Riverfront Recapture to own. But as I mentioned in my testimony, a lot of that maintenance due to the new infrastructure is yet to be decided, who's going to control, who's going to own it. Those are discussions that will happen once again in the public arena with our town council.
Well, thank you for your concise answers, and it's an interesting proposal. I spent some time running the Metropolitan District Riverfront crew and got to know that area. So,
yeah,
good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rep. Delnicki. Representative Zalestowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard you say Great Pond Development, and I wanted to ask just a couple of questions about that. I'm actually a neighbor of it. I'm just on the southern end of East Granby. As the crow flies, I'm probably about a mile from you. But of course, with the river, you have to go quite a ways around. I just wanted to find out about how many residents. Did you say 1,000? I think it was originally 5,000 planned, wasn't it?
Well, I said the 1,000 is 1,000 units of housing in the new East Hartford project.
Oh, in the East Hartford, okay.
Great Pond is actually permitted for up to 1,500 residential units.
Okay.
Which would include market rate units, senior housing, some condominiums, some rentals. So it's actually permitted for up to 1,500. That's being built out in phases. We've issued 2 bonds there to support the infrastructure, the roadways and other things for about $35 million.
Thank you. I just know it's gone through a number of iterations over the years, and I drive by it frequently, and it looks good. I just want to compliment you on that as well. So, so thanks very much. I didn't have any questions about the actual bill, but
thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think it was an indulgence, but nonetheless important. Representative Baker online with some questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I listened to a lot of things, thank you for trying to move things in your districts and your towns. And one of the questions I have is how is that going to affect the property tax in your city? Will the property taxes go up?
So I actually think it would help taxes go down as we continue to try to promote and pursue economic development. Right now, East Hartford relies very heavily on residential tax revenue. And we've kind of seen that shift to residential tax revenue kind of in the decline in Pratt's presence in East Hartford, who used to shoulder majority of the burden of the tax revenue. And, you know, it's my philosophy that East Hartford just wasn't in a very strong way promoting and pursuing economic development back then to make sure that that tax burden was more evened out between residents and commercial businesses. So I think there's always investing in development, whether it be through a tax abatement, a permit fee reduction, or even leveraging financing mechanisms like a TIF district to try to support a project. I don't think it results in our taxes going up. I think the more development, the more housing, the more commercial property that we bring into town, it helps to one day be able to bring in enough revenue where I don't have to rely on resident tax revenue to balance our budget.
Yes,
Do
and
you think, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Representative Baker, who actually, whose district includes, who's on the borderline of the Steel Point district in Bridgeport. The legislation only allows for the use of incremental taxes. So the taxes that are above the taxes that are currently generated by the project. So it's all new taxes. And frankly, the developers will have to prove to the town that but for the tax sharing arrangement, they wouldn't be able to do the project. That's part of the decisions making that it's done. So there will be a property tax split, which means that the project through the private development of the project should generate significant new taxes for the town of East Hartford, even though East Hartford is using a portion, is letting the district use a portion of those taxes, again, to fund the public improvements in the district that otherwise would have to be built to build the private infrastructure.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that answer. No more questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And seeing no other questions at this time, we appreciate you both being here and have a pleasant day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Loretta J, please. So nice to see so many people in person today. Good morning, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Representative Hefferost-Crop, Senator Robin, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Loretta J, and I'm the managing member of the Justice of the Peace Association, a professional membership organization for civil marriage officiants established in 2001. We connect couples with JPs, set professional standards, and provide representation, networking, and training. I appreciate this opportunity to testify in strong support of HB 7150, an act concerning justices of the peace. This bill is a crucial step toward modernizing Connecticut's outdated Justice of the Peace appointment system, improving fairness, accountability, and efficiency while enhancing public confidence in the role. JPs perform a variety of legal functions, including administering oaths, witnessing documents, and joyfully solemnizing marriages. But marriage is more than just a ceremony. It is a legal act. The officiant is responsible for ensuring both parties are willingly entering into the union and correctly handling the legal paperwork. Yet, the current appointment process does not require any training or evaluation of JP's understanding of these legal duties. JPUS's 2023 white paper, which is linked to in my written testimony, highlighted systemic flaws in the current appointment process, political favoritism, inefficiency, and a lack of accountability. HB 7150 addresses these concerns by requiring a written examination to ensure JP's understanding of their legal duties, defining misconduct and establishing accountability to protect the integrity of the office, creating additional appointment opportunities for unaffiliated and minor political party JPs to address systemic disparities. Currently, Connecticut requires no qualifications besides an oath of office. However, 94% of JPs and town clerks surveyed by JPUS support mandatory training. JPs are often the first line of defense against marriage fraud and human trafficking. When learning how one JP unwittingly solemnized a marriage where the bride appeared unwilling, JPUS developed the first national training for officiants on recognizing and responding to forced marriage. Training would also reduce administrative burdens on town clerks who spend significant time correcting errors on marriage licenses. Ensuring JPs have the necessary legal knowledge benefits everyone. HB 7150 begins to address inequities in the appointment process. Unaffiliated and minor party voters make up 43% of Connecticut's electorate, yet they can only be appointed during presidential election years, unlike Democrats and Republicans, whose vacancies can be filled at any time. HB 7150 allows town clerks a second opportunity to fill these vacancies. I respectfully urge you to go further, allowing these positions to be filled at any time. Finally, the proposed working group will bring together stakeholders to recommend solutions that address consistency and transparency concerns. HB 7150 will create a more fair and professional justice of the P system, reducing errors and better serve Connecticut residents. I urge the committee to support this important bill with a favorable vote. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Loretta, how long have you been at JP?
I've not been for long. I've been since I've taken over the organization, which was about 7.5 years.
Well, it feels like a very long time that you're very knowledgeable about
thank
it. Certainly this morning, some of the things that we heard from the Secretary of the State, I mean, I think the most concerning pieces to me, and as you shared in your own testimony, is the possibility of human trafficking and a JP especially if you're someone that maybe is doing more of these at a courthouse or, you know, in a government building kind of thing. I just think I guess what concerns me the most is unwittingly being party to one of those situations. And of course, you know, marriages that are, if we're talking about vans pulling up with women in one and men in another, it seems a little more than hinky. So,
Yes.
and I would imagine those are your concerns as well.
Absolutely. Hence we developed the jpus.training website, and that we have professional development training for all of our membership that's on our website. But this jpus.training website is available for all officiants across the country. It is a public service. So the trainings that are there include, our first one, as I said, was regarding forced marriage and human trafficking. We also have working with the deaf and other public service trainings.
And those trainings are all free.
Those trainings on that site are all free.
Okay, great. Any questions? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in. You mentioned the one incident where JP seemed to have married a couple where the bride was not willing.
Yes.
Is there a list of, or a long history of abuses that we're trying to address, or is that sort of an isolated incident?
That particular one was not, there certainly are an abundance of unseemingly, of risky situations that are currently going on in our state. It's been in the headlines of the newspapers of whether it's marriage fraud or is it forced marriage, or trafficking. We don't really know. I don't really know, I should say. But certainly there are situations where they do not appear to be two loving couples. This particular incident that I was referring to was one of our members who told the story when we were talking about child marriage, and this situation came up, and that's when I heard her situation, and she said that she was at a loss of what to do. The paperwork was signed, so she proceeded with the marriage, and felt bad, but didn't know what else she was supposed to do. That's what led to our training that we developed.
Okay, but do you feel that we're trying to move some of the responsibility to the JPs to vet these couples and to kind of do background checks and make sure that everything is on the up and up? Or you know, they're there to essentially read an oath, right?
No, sir. I do not expect JPs to do background checks, but I do consider them professionals. And I believe that the JPs who are part of our organization consider themselves professionals. And they are a partner in our system to perform a duty that is really a legal act. While one may have a lavish wedding, cost $100,000 with a bridal party of 10 people, they could also have an intimate ceremony that's just the couple and the officiant. But that JP is a professional who has a responsibility of making sure that both parties are willing participants. And no matter what the ceremony is, whether it's intimate or it's a big affair, that's their responsibility as they identify who the parties are and make sure that they want to be married. That's their, to relegate this to the clerk alone would not recognize the responsibility that the JPs also have.
What other, other than teaching the JPs what to do in the event that one or both of the parties don't seem to be willing participants, what else would they be trained in?
The basic process for processing a marriage license, where to bring it, how to fill out the form, what their responsibilities are, because we did research with Massachusetts town clerks specifically and learned that for them we use lay officiants, but some untrained JPs that don't do this regularly would fall into that same category, that their workload increased by up to 90%, correcting errors that the officiants did. So it would just the basics as to what their responsibilities are outside of marriage as well.
Okay, so the administrative procedures essentially, and teaching them what to do in the event they think the parties are not willing. Anything else that would be involved in the training that you know of?
That would be involved. I think that's for the Secretary of State and perhaps for the working group to determine. Those are the high priorities that our membership is interested in. We've surveyed members. I'm happy to share in my written testimony.
I've not
There's-
seen it yet, but I
No,
will.
But in my written testimony, I linked to our white paper. And in the white paper, I included a survey that we did do with membership that listed the different trainings. And the most that individuals did want was legal procedures and how to document a marriage. That was the most. Then how to perform a marriage ceremony. Forced marriage and human trafficking was the next common. Diversity and cultural inclusion, child marriage. This child marriage was still legal at the time when this was done. We did a COVID training. This was back with COVID. That's one of our public service trainings that we've done.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And as I had said earlier, I don't, Representative Dubitsky, I don't know if you're a JP, but I would love more training. It's just, even how to, write a ceremony, whatever it is. I mean, I'm sure those are some things you include on your website, but it's not something that we are necessarily pointed to. We're handed a paper printed manual and sort of off you go, best of luck. So I just think a little bit more would be great. Representative Baker online has a question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for coming out and giving your testimony. The question, have you gotten any response from other JPs in regards to the way the system and the way things are the rules and the regulations and problems and that are being dealt with through the JP system and how things are handling? Have you been getting a lot of other JPs reaching out to you?
About the system and what's going on?
Yes.
Yes. This is a common request for training,
Okay.
for resolving the existing problems in the appointment process that this bill is. That was the reason that we did our white paper, was because JPs were complaining about their appointments, about the lack of portability, about the lack of training. They want more.
What would you recommend in terms of the annual training time? And what do you think? It should be every 2 years or 3 years or?
I don't know. I'd have to think more about the frequency in terms of laws changing. Should it be by term, every 4 years when a JP gets reappointed? I think that's for just further discussion.
Okay. Would you, a part of that ongoing discussion, would you make some recommendations on what could be repercussions if you don't apply for if you don't participate with the training, and also if there's certain JPs that continue to not to follow the rule of order? Would you be willing to be part of that discussion on some repercussions?
Absolutely. My thought is if you don't take the training and it's required, then you're not a JP. It's just the way it would go. I mean, for our association, we have a code of ethics. For people who do not follow our code of ethics, they are no longer members of our association. And we have removed people for that reason.
Well, thank you for answering those questions. I appreciate you coming out here today and testifying. And we've been can move forward to just improve this system for accountability and for people that are JPs and to do the right thing and to do their job properly. Thank you once again. That's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Representative Lamarck Muir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your information. Excuse me. It's very interesting as a person who has investigated human trafficking. I never thought to come and ask the JPs what was going on. But my question is around that. So I assume that the training would be how to recognize the signs. I mean, your example of a van pulling up, 2 vans pulling up and a bunch of women and a bunch of men getting out, most likely being escorted, probably the women. That's pretty obvious, but human trafficking is insidious and oftentimes not obvious. And at times the victims could appear to be willing. And that's for a variety of number of reasons. So what, in your training, what are you telling JPs to do? And I'm not talking about the 2 vans, because that's, I mean, I'm guessing,
Yes.
at least what I would do is call, I would, if you're in a courthouse, you find the marshal and you call the cops, or you just call your local police, right? But when it's not as obvious and they have either a gut feeling or they're reading the signs, you know, one of the parties appears to be under the influence of drugs or whatever, what are you suggesting they do?
Right. So what we do suggest in our training is that all officiants should speak with both parties separately from one another to verify that they are willing participants, and to talk about their intentions to get married as one place to begin. When one party does not speak English and a translator is necessary, that does create additional difficulties, and finding someone who can translate who may not be a handler. Following one's gut, sometimes it's that prickly sensation that one gets that we may ask someone to ask more questions. And also, we also talk in our training about assessing eye contact and how one is, if one party is very well dressed and the other is not, they don't seem to go together in some way. And always being sensitive to everyone's safety, their own safety, as well as the couple's safety. We have had a story, if I could pull it out. One of our members who did encounter such a situation made an excuse for herself why she had to suddenly leave and couldn't do the wedding because she had her own personal emergency, and was then able to contact someone to then follow up to make sure that everybody was safe, but she did not feel safe proceeding with that ceremony. So yes, there's certainly, and we do not ever advocate for our officiants to put themselves on the line in a way that will make them feel unsafe. And then we give steps of who to contact.
So, right. So that was my concern. If you're going to take 2 parties in separate rooms and start asking them questions, and it is in fact a human trafficking, one, you could be kind of interfering in an investigation, and 2, I would just be concerned about the safety of that. I know it's a problem they're going to face. I just think that probably separating the parties, having the justice of the peace separate the parties, one, you're going to go back to a room and the person's going to be gone. And 2, there could be other people waiting. I mean, it just seems to be, it's not a simple issue, I give you that. And so I don't think I think your solution is a little simplistic given sometimes the nature of these investigations. But again, I don't know what else they would do. But I think separating the parties, you're getting into some issues there. So I'm just not really, I think it's an issue that needs to be addressed, and maybe the working group can look in this, or you can get some law enforcement or some prosecutorial input into that. But I just think if this is a problem that's occurring more often than it used to, I think that the justice of the peace are being faced with a situation that goes well beyond two people getting married, whether legally or not, or voluntarily or not. So I would just advise that you look at that a little bit and just not say,
The training was developed with the
Yeah.
Hera Justice Center in contact with Homeland Security and others. It was not developed by our association independently. And it is good practice for every JP, for every couple to speak with both parties privately to make sure that both parties are willing participants. That's part of their
oh,
responsibilities.
they do that anyway?
This
At
is
the
this
time
is
of the
this is a
marriage?
good this is a good at the time of marriage. You know, many marriages, most ceremonies don't happen at the time of marriage. There's usually contact prior to the ceremony itself. So it's not a typically it is not the revolving door in front of City Hall.
Okay.
There is a contact and communication with couples prior to the actual ceremony.
Okay, well, after having been married for 35 years, I kind of wish somebody took me aside and talked to me, but no, I'm just kidding. So thank you for your information. It's a very interesting little aspect that you have to deal with, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I believe at this time we don't have any further questions. So thank you so much for being here. We
Thank
appreciate
you
it.
all.
Up next, we have Jennifer Marshall Neely, please.
Hello, and thank you so much. Co-chairs Raman and Kavros and members of the ranking members of the committee, thank you so much. I have been a justice of the peace for approximately 13 years, and I've seen a lot. I'm here to attest to the training or lack thereof. You've heard the information from our wonderful Secretary of State and our amazing Loretta J, but on the justice of the peace level from someone who's dealing with the public on a regular basis. I just ended my term as registrar of voters, and when I was in the office, I'd often have people come to the office looking for a justice of the peace who was never a justice of the peace. And I'd sit outside in the hall because they had no clue what they were getting into. They didn't know how to start the process. They didn't know how to engage with someone that they're marrying. And oftentimes, there are justices of the peace that I met who wanted to be a JP because they wanted to perform a ceremony for a family member. And then they didn't want to have anything else to do with justices of the peace. So when we talk about training, I think about ongoing training on a regular basis for new justices of the peace and for those who've been there longer than I've been there, because things do change. I've witnessed a lot of situations where I felt the need to talk to someone individually. Now, I always talk to the couples and I separate them, but here's what I say to them. Tell me about your love story. Tell me how you met. I ask each one of them separately. If their stories don't mesh, if they're not saying the same thing, you're not interfering with their union, but it's letting you know whether or not you have something that's illegal or something that's inappropriate going on. If one of the two people can't tell you how they met, or who said what to whom, or who asked me, did she ask me to marry her, or whatever the case is. If they can't tell you that, then as a justice of the peace, your antennas, my favorite Martian antennas, go up, and you know that something is inappropriate with this couple. So that's part of the training. Another part of the training is, what do we do with the legal documents? I officiate ceremonies. Sorry about that. throughout the state. And there are people who will get their license, let's say in Stamford, but they want to get married in Windsor. And they don't realize that the license they received in Stamford cannot be used in Windsor. So these are pieces of the training that you want to be ongoing, because some justices just do not have a clue. Sorry for holding up all of this time, but please, thank you for allowing me to speak. I have so much to share, but I'm open for questions.
Thank you so much. And you, I mean, even just that little piece. So that was something that, thank God I read it in the in the manual. And that's the other thing. I mean, I would like to believe most people are reading the manual when they're getting started. But as you said, especially for new justices of the peace, you're right. My initial reason was because a family member was getting married and I wanted to be able to do that. And I was already elected, and people said, oh, well, most people that are elected end up becoming JPs anyway, and et cetera, et cetera. But there are so many missing pieces if you're not paying attention. And I was reminded of that you have to be in the right town situation when I married someone who I knew was my constituent in Avon, but they were getting married in Simsbury. So, you know, making sure that it's being returned to the correct place and that it's the correct information, because as the secretary said this morning, clerks are chasing down. So I mean, obviously we have heard a lot of problems today. What do you think might be the largest problem that we are seeing that the bill addresses?
I see two that are very large problems. The training is huge, but also there is no technology like the Connecticut voter registration system. There is no technology that Connecticut has that can determine whether or not this person is still married. And you will hear folks say, oh, no, I'm divorced, but we don't have a database that can track that person to say this person is still married and he's getting married in East Hartford, but he was married in Stamford and he never produced anything that said he was divorced. So as registrar, I can go into the CVRS system and check to see whether or not you're registered in another town. But you can't do that with justices of the peace. When someone comes to you and they want to get married, but they got paid to marry this person, say $50,000 to marry this person in one town, and then they go to another town and they're getting paid $10,000, but they just married someone and now they're getting married to someone in another town. We don't have a database that can stop that or track that or even alert anyone that this is something that's going on in our state.
And the second piece, so there's training and then the database problem.
And the database problem.
So I had heard anecdotally this year that there was a woman in one of our towns who had been married 4 times this year. And I was thinking, well, how the heck does that happen? We have bigamy laws, we have, but clearly the database being the issue. And I think you've done a public service today by putting that information out there, because anybody who's marrying anyone who they know has been married before better find the paperwork or see that paperwork, because that would be a really unpleasant surprise if you're legitimately in love with somebody and you're, getting married. And, I mean, it doesn't all have to be nefarious trafficking, being paid to marry somebody. It could be just as simple as, and not even necessarily nefarious that way either. It could be that, the husband thought he signed the divorce papers, the wife thought it could be one of those situations where the decree just never went through. So I think you've done quite the public service today. Representative Baker does have a question for you online. Representative Baker, we can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
There you go. You're good.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I didn't hear you call my name. Thank you for coming out and share your testimony. I was very happy to hear that you are engaging the couples, asking them just some simple questions, which is and just kind of paying attention to their demeanor and how they are answering the questions. I appreciate that. Question for you. Do you think that it will help the process a little bit to put some sort of fee, mandatory or base fee, and it be recorded in a system to kind of help manage who is paying and what's being paid out to these JPs?
Actually, I would answer that with a definite no, because I'm a justice of the peace in my town, but I go to any town in the state of Connecticut if asked to officiate a wedding. Well, you have to take into consideration, if I'm going from my town to New Milford, we have gas prices, right? And then you have other things that are built into that ceremony. So let's say the couple wants you to come to New Milford, Connecticut to a wedding rehearsal. So now you're going to the wedding rehearsal, that's additional gas prices and time that you're giving to them to help them with their ceremony. And then there may be other things that they want to incorporate into their ceremony, and that you're going to add that into your initial fee. So when someone calls me, I listened to a gentleman from one of the other testimonies earlier, and someone calls me and they say, I'm looking for a justice of the peace. How much do you charge? I don't answer that question. What my answer is, well, where are you going to have it? What are you folding into your ceremony? And do you have extra things, added things that you want me to do? Are you writing your wedding vows, or am I writing your wedding vows? All of these things are building into the expense that the justice of the peace will add to what they charge. So you cannot have a basic fee for what you're doing. And I tell everyone that I am a justice of the peace, not for the money, but because I am a hopeless romantic. And so when I say that to them, I'll also say, I need to know what your love story is. And I lessen the thought of them thinking that they have to pay me all of this money to officiate their ceremony. And now they're talking to me as though they're talking to a friend or a neighbor. So no, I don't believe that there should be any kind of specific fees attached to that.
Okay. So in terms of the tracking mechanism, what do you think that would help you and other JPs to just kind of track to see if these individuals are actually married already, or if there have been duplicated marriages from these individuals in other towns? What would you like to see put in place to help you to be able to manage that a little better?
I think that communication is vital, but I would love to have, and this is something that the working group can probably put together or think about or address, but some type of database that the state of Connecticut has that will help all of the justices when determining whether or not someone is already married. And then when you talk to someone, they're going to let you know some things, and with training, you'll know whether or not this person is still married to a previous person. It's just all about communication right now. That's all we have right now, and training.
So does it make sense to have, so when they go to get their marriage license at Vital Statistics or town clerk or wherever, would it make sense that there has to be an approval, could be approval stamped on the marriage application saying that, okay, they've been approved. It's there has been a check done in the database itself, and there's no other neither one of these individuals have been married in the state of Connecticut.
Well, they may have been married in the state of Connecticut. You want to know that they're not married in the state of Connecticut. And when you say that, it seems like to me that's adding responsibilities onto the town clerk's office. Because now who's going to, the initial contact would be with the town clerk. And they're on the marriage license, it does ask whether or not you were married before, how many marriages is this marriage, you know, how did it end in dissolution or whatever. So that's already in place. The issue is there's no way to track whether or not it's accurate information. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for your comments and your input, and you know, hopefully you'll continue to be part of the process as we move to have more fairness, more effectiveness, and the help this marriage license. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions at this time, thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And up next, number 7 online, Anna Newman, please. Anna, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm trying to get the video.
If you can't, it's okay.
Okay, I don't
You
have
are.
the video, but that's, oh, there it is. Okay. Madam Chair, honorable senators and representatives, committee members. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 7150, which is an act concerning the justices of the peace. My name is Anna Newman. I'm a sworn justice of the peace from Meriden, Connecticut for over 20 years and a member of the JP Association, I believe, since it started. In addition to performing marriages, sworn JPs are authorized to administer oaths, affirmations, and take acknowledgments and depositions. I've been an active JP for over 20 years. In addition to performing marriages throughout the state, I have also administered the oaths, taken acknowledgments, and depositions. I've had the opportunity to interact with many city clerks throughout Connecticut, as well as many active JPs. And I have found that the general public, and yes, some elected officials, have no idea what many JPs do to prepare and officiate a wedding. Many of us create unique ceremonies, have planning meetings with the couples, video sessions, and rehearsals to ensure that the wedding includes all special requests and wishes of the couple to make their day unique and to ensure that all legal requirements are correct and submitted on time. I've had the following experiences or have been told by city clerks. In January this year, 2025, many new justices of the peace were sworn in for a 4-year term. And I had been approached by several new JPs here in Meriden asking for directions and basic instructions. I was willing to go over the basics and direct them to resources so they could be prepared when they're asked for services. Certainly, that's an indication that appointed JPs should have some training and meet certain criteria to fulfill their duties correctly, legally, and with confidence. I've also heard that marriage certificates are not filled in correctly or filed on time. And just as an aside to the humorous side of it is that a city clerk told me once that in the area of the license where it says type of ceremony, somebody put 2 ring. JPs that have changed the town on the licenses, causing a gross error on a vital record. I also have had the experience in this past year of a JP that has refused to marry same-sex couples. I had 3 couples in the past year tell me that a JP said, I will not marry a same-sex couple. City clerks have been overwhelmed by walk-in out-of-state couples getting marriage licenses in a fraudulent agreement accompanied by a JP who knowingly took part in the fraud. In some cases, the same individuals return to marry yet a different person. There are JPs who aren't aware of all the functions that they can perform in addition to marriages.
Those are your 3 minutes summarized.
Pardon me?
Those are your 3 minutes. Please summarize.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Please summarize.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
I can summarize by, with, all due respect to the former speaker, that the city clerk on the license, it says, about their marriages, but they never are required to ask for the dissolution or death, certificate. And the appointment process needs to be improved. I personally, have experienced the fact that my name was removed by the whim of a new, city, chairman. And, I was able to be reappointed thanks to the members of the town committee. So in conclusion, I strongly urge that you move forward on House Bill 7150 to raise the qualifications of JPs to professional and ethical manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any question at this time. Thank you for testifying. We really appreciate it. Our next speaker, Brian Michaels. Barry
Yes.
Michaels.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't know why the video isn't working, but I can give my testimony. I'm here to give testimony on SB 1444, SB 7148, HB 7062, HB 7063, and HB 7152. I'm Barry Michelson from Stamford, representing the Stamford Neighborhoods Coalition. I'm an urban planner by profession. I'm opposed to these particular bills. It is shameful that we have to appear here today to repeat testimony on bills that failed to gain support during past legislative sessions and seriously undermine local controls and wisdom in favor of despotic state-type mandates. We proudly call ourselves the Constitution State. Have we forgotten our founding? The Connecticut Colony Council in 1639 adopted a resolution known as the Fundamental Orders of 1638 and 1639, which established that government is based on individual rights through the will of the people and set limits on government to prevent infringement on those rights. The Fundamental Orders created by Roger Ludlow were the first constitution of the colonies and are believed to have laid the framework for our U.S. Constitution. How ironic it is, as we approach the 250th anniversary of our nation, founded on individual freedom and liberty, our state legislature is advancing legislation that undermines our most essential local land use zoning controls and personal freedoms, which date back to those fundamental orders of 1638. Elected officials and the state's municipalities are very capable of addressing the needs of their constituents. The proposed legislation in these bills would greatly harm the quality of life in our 169 towns by causing imbalanced development, overcrowding, excessive development, loss of open space, and increased strain on resources and infrastructure. The legislature should not act as a surrogate in determining the outcomes of local planning and zoning boards. Instead, it should focus on the broader interests of the state residents, such as reducing burdensome taxes, cutting regulations, lowering the cost of government, and addressing excessively high utility costs. We look to you, our legislators, to tackle these fundamental issues of state government. We strongly encourage you to reject these bills and uphold the legacy of our founders. That means respecting our rights and individual freedoms while safeguarding our local land use regulations from any infringement. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Michelson. We don't have any question at this time. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Our next,
Very well.
Thank you. Our next speaker, John Gaskowski.
Thank you.
John Gaskowski.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Rahman. So Chairman Rahman, Chair DeGraw, Kavros DeGraw, Ranking Member Zula Gordon, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is John Gaskowski. I'm a professional planner and government relations officer for CCAPA, the Connecticut chapter of the American Planning Association, with more than 400 professional planners and allied professions in both public and private sectors. We are among the top planning and development experts in Connecticut, and it's our pleasure to have the opportunity to testify today. We submitted testimony on 5 bills before the committee, and I'll focus on just a few. The first three are basically similar. Senate Bill 1444 concerning conversion of commercial real estate property to residential use. House Bill 7148 concerning residential and mixed use developments in commercial zones. And 7063 concerning the conversion of vacant motels to multifamily housing. All three of these bills broadly have the same intent, which is to give municipalities more tools to facilitate the development of housing opportunities and making it easier to allow the conversion of non-housing buildings, such as motels, commercial buildings, to housing as of right. We recognize that our housing crisis does require many approaches, and we strongly do support a robust toolbox for towns, but we believe the language of all three of these bills is too broad and too sweeping. It upends basically 100 years of standard zoning practice, otherwise called Euclidean zoning, which created the ability to separate uses by zone. So while allowing more housing opportunities simultaneously take underused commercial properties into more activity, there are going to be unintended consequences regarding traffic, pedestrian environment, neighborhood concerns, neighborhood conflicts that are better addressed at a local level on a more case-by-case basis or town by town. To allow towns to think this through and modify their own regulations accordingly would be a better path. The next bill we testified on is House Bill 7062, which is an act concerning temporary shelter units for persons experiencing homelessness and refugees and affordable housing developments located on the property of religious organizations. We support this bill as a tool for addressing the homelessness issue as well as affordable housing crises in the state. This basically would allow religious institutions to expand their established missions as sanctuaries for those in need. Churches already provide temporary shelter in many cases, soup kitchens, food pantries, and all kinds of services for those in need. This bill would expand that to temporary and safe housing, but while complying with safety rules for building, fire, and health codes. And so we support that approach. Finally, and importantly, House Bill 7146 concerning the publication of legal notices by municipalities. We're in very strong support of this proposal and have sought better approaches for municipal legal notices for many years. While we agree that a robust local press is critical, it simply does not exist for most of our communities. People simply do not get their information about commission meetings and decisions via newspapers anymore. The expense and inefficiency that this creates does not serve the public. So this bill would allow each community to make a determination on a regular basis every couple of years whether any publications hit a 15% coverage threshold to be considered substantial circulation. And if they do not hit that threshold, it allows for meeting notices and decisions to be posted on the town website, municipal website. This worked very well during COVID, and it's been a matter that the state Supreme Court has weighed in on. This bill is a very good solution, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John, for testifying. I would say and we're going to hear more about this with other testifiers, the publication of legal notices, that's one is a little bit in flux, but we are determined to get it done this year after 26 years of this bill being before the legislature. So we have really good progress on it and we're very excited. I also wanted to thank you for your testimony on the other bills. I do believe Senator Gordon has some questions for you online.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be quick. John, thank you for your testimony on these various bills. I do appreciate that. And you did make a reference with regards to just in general about some of the, I'm not talking about the religious organizations and temporary housing, but the other bills you testified on. I think there were 3 other ones, if I remember correctly, relative to a general thing as of right conversion. You did reference about Euclidean zoning, which was back in the 20s that it started. In fact, the Supreme Court in the town of Euclid versus Ambler Realty upheld it in 1926 as a valid way of zoning. And as you know, many municipalities still use that form of zoning. But one of the things I just want to ask you, if you don't mind, is separate from whether or not the legislature says, make it as of right, you and your organization are not opposed to municipalities on their own in these instances trying to streamline a process, create their own regulations that they feel can help streamline a process, taking into account what needs to be done to uphold public safety, public welfare, public health, and of course, you always have to follow building and fire safety and public health codes. So whether or not one does it as of right, am I correct that your organization wouldn't be opposed to municipalities on their own, seeing what they can do to improve their regulations as they see fit for whatever circumstances may apply from a case-to-case basis to be of further help in situations like this?
Yes, thank you for the question, Senator Gordon. And broadly speaking, yes. And in fact, we would strongly encourage most municipalities to take a more proactive approach and a locally led way to determine, I think, because not all commercial districts, not all commercial buildings, not all motel locations are the same, right? And I'm thinking of some areas of Northeast Connecticut that you know so well, Eastford, Ashford, the Ashford Motel or something like that, as opposed to places on the Berlin Turnpike. They're very different environments, and just to treat those completely the same and say all commercial uses, all motel uses should just be converted without any additional input or consideration from the local commission, I think is going a little bit too far. But yeah, we strongly, and I personally have been involved in many zoning regulations at a local level that created basically an adaptive reuse category for nursing homes, for historic buildings, particularly in a lot of our Northeast Connecticut communities, mill facilities, historic industrial facilities that are vacant and have been unused, to allow those to be converted, if not as of right, but much more quickly to residential uses is a very positive thing. But this bill is a little bit too sweeping, we feel, and doesn't provide municipalities enough opportunity to a little bit more case by case consider issues of traffic and lighting and landscaping and just buffering the people that you're going to be moving into these commercial buildings from the ambient traffic, from the sea of parking lots that might surround it. So putting in place some more local standards that are more context specific is something we would support.
No, thank you, and I do appreciate that. I understand the intent and the goal of those bills. I just always look to see what are different ways that we can try to meet the end result, but nothing against the bills themselves. But I appreciate your answering the question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions at this time, John, thanks so much for joining us today. Always good to see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Up next, we have number 10, Chris Vanderhoof, for the millionth time about this one bill. Maybe the last.
Your lips to God's ears, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chris Vanderhoof. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Daily Newspaper Association, representing the 16 daily newspapers, the myriad of weeklies and online sites that they all own and provide in the state of Connecticut. Madam Chair, I think you said 26 years. I haven't been here that long, but I can tell you when I first started on this, I didn't have to wear glasses. So these proposals have been before the committee for decades. I would concur with the chair that we are working well towards, I think, some finality on this. I was just talking to my good friend from CCM about should we just go up together today? But I do want to just point out the newspaper's position, of course. Over the years, we've seen a shift seeking cost efficiency, but it does raise concerns about accessibility, transparency, and the role of the press in keeping an informed citizenry. In this current General Assembly right now, we have 3 bills out there that seek to shift public dollars from the state into the news media in Connecticut. We believe that public notices should be in more places, not fewer. They should be in newspapers, on news websites, on town websites, and in aggregate sites. The Newspaper Association in Connecticut does provide ConnecticutPublicNotices.com, which is run and paid for by the newspapers, where it aggregates all of the public notices every day across the state. The vast majority of people looking for public notices know what they're looking for. However, if the goal is for the public to be as informed as possible, accidentally coming across a public notice is a great way to do that. And for example, and I'm going to get to some numbers here in a second, the Danbury News Times online site sees about 5 million unique visitors daily. I'm not telling you that's 5 million people that are finding public notices, but what I am telling you is that out of those 5 million people who are visiting that site, there's a good chance that they may come across them. We put a FOI request into 10 different towns in Connecticut. We heard back from 2 of them. We did this a couple months ago. But coincidentally, the 2 chair towns both responded in terms of how much money they spend annually. They did over the last 10 years, so from 2015 through 2024, actually the first couple weeks of 2025. And the town of Avon spent about $9,300 on public notices with an annual budget of $115 million. The town of Manchester spent about $25,000, just under $25,000, with an annual budget of $123 million. Both of those towns averaged about that number over the last 10 years. Avon was just under 9,000. Manchester was just above 23,000. And I just want to comment, Representative Santos submitted testimony in favor of this bill, recognizing that the city of Danbury had spent about $40,000 thus far through their fiscal year. City of Danbury has an annual budget of $311 million. And so we acknowledge, I'm wrapping up, we acknowledge that the cost is of concern to the towns and cities. We continue to work with them in the committee and the legislature on this. However, you know, the overall impact, I think, on the town budgets is not significant. But like I said at the onset, I concur, Madam Chair. I think we are getting there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I think we're certainly moving in the right direction. And I know we'll probably hear from the towns a little bit differently because they think, I don't want to speak for them, but I know that any dollars in their budget that they can find ways to save, they certainly would like to be able to do that. As this is a service to their constituents, but not one maybe they want to spend as much as they are currently spending. Do we have, okay, Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chris, thank you. Thank you for being here today and sharing your thought and ideas. And I want to thank you. Thank you. I know you don't want to work anymore on this issue, like my co-chair mentioned, 26 years, which is good news. And thank you for working with the CCCM and COST and all the stakeholders. We are pretty close, I think. It's good news. I think we can go all the way finish line with your help and all other stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We're committed to that.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, I will just say that we receive more bill requests from members on this one topic than any other topic every year.
So what's that we're going to do next year?
Clearly a challenge.
They're going to be out of things to do next year.
Yes, exactly. I just don't even know what we'll do. Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
Number 11 has let us know they are not going to join us today. And number 12, Jennifer Anderson from Fairfield University, please. I believe she's online.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Representative Kavros-DeGraw, Senator Rahman, Representative Zullo, Senator Gordon, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Jennifer Anderson, and I serve as Fairfield University's Vice President for Marketing and Communications. I've also been a resident of the town of Fairfield for over 25 years, since my husband and I both graduated from Fairfield University in the 1990s. I appreciate the time to speak with you today. I am here this morning to present testimony against House Bill HB 7147, an act authorizing municipalities to impose a tax on the endowment fund of private institutions. Universities in the state of Connecticut contribute significant economic, cultural, and social benefit that brings talent and investment to our state. Fairfield University contributes to the town and state's economy, which is estimated at about $1 billion annually. Fairfield University is the largest private employer in the town of Fairfield, attracting top faculty and students from around the world to live in our local area. Over 20,000 Fairfield alumni call Connecticut home, with over 10,000 in Fairfield County and 3,000 in the town of Fairfield. In addition to pilot funding from the state, over the past 2 years, Fairfield has also contributed over $3.8 million to the town of Fairfield in direct taxes, fees, dues, and services. The university has our own public safety department, our own fire marshal, and our own facilities department. The town resources we use, we pay for. Small businesses in the town of Fairfield thrive thanks to the support of our students, families, and visitors, and local nonprofits in Fairfield, Bridgeport, and beyond benefit from over 2,000 hours of community service by our students. Each year, our athletic programs drive thousands of visitors to our campus and town from across the region and the nation, and students fill hundreds of jobs working at local restaurants and retail establishments. Realtors in our community even use the term university housing when listing homes as an attractive benefit to the property adjacent to the university. Consistent with Jesuit Catholic mission, Fairfield University is actively investing its resources for the betterment of our local communities. One such investment is Fairfield Bellarmine, a 2-year associate degree program in Bridgeport, created specifically to offer professional preparation to low-income and first-generation students in Bridgeport and the surrounding Connecticut communities. With an $11 million first-year investment and a $5 million ongoing annual operating cost, the university is providing an opportunity for students to earn an associate degree or transfer to a 4-year institution. These students are earning degrees in nursing, engineering, business, and the liberal arts, talent that we desperately need in our state. I am pleased to say that our first cohort at Bellarmine, we saw an 80% retention rate, with the majority of these students transferring to Fairfield for a 4-year degree, which is also fully funded by the university. If House Bill 747 is passed, it will have an adverse impact on Fairfield's ability to maximize the investment it is making in Connecticut's future citizens, its workforce, and the state's economic growth. Initiatives such as Bellarmine require substantial upfront investments and ongoing support. Disruptive legislation such as this bill creates an uncertainty that undermines an institution's ability to plan for and implement long-term change while collaborating with local and state initiatives to accelerate economic growth and promote welfare. Forcing institutions of higher education to divert valuable resources that are already being invested in serving the public good is inconsistent with the university's social responsibilities, the Jesuit Catholic mission, and the best interests of all of us here in Connecticut. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Okay, hold on one second. I'll go with Senator Wong first. Okay. I'm sorry, our Vice Chair, Representative Chafee first. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jennifer, for your testimony today. Appreciate the perspective from Fairfield University. Couple questions for you. You mentioned, I believe it was the Bellarmine program for Bridgeport. Do the students have to pay tuition for that, or is that something that the university fully funds?
University is fully funding. We do ask for a small family contribution of less than $1,000, but if a family is not able to do that, the university funds them.
And what did you say the investment the university has made in that program? I think you said 11 million and then 5 million next year, correct?
Correct. So it's an $11 million startup cost and $5 million ongoing cost to keep the program running. And then in addition to that, when the students do transfer to Fairfield University to pursue a 4-year degree, those students are fully funded. So this year we have 30 students.
That sounds like a great program that you're putting on down there. My other question, you mentioned that the university pays the town for services that are provided. Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. So when the university needs additional, support from the police department or the fire department, or we're planning something in collaboration with Parks and Recreation and need to rent a facility for use, either, for the university or student event, we are fully paying for those services. So if there's an event that requires, even something like an athletic game that requires police officers or fire marshals to be present, we pay for those services, and that includes anything that's off campus as well.
Okay, well, thank you again for your testimony. I really appreciate it. It sounds like you are a good community partner down there in Fairfield, unlike some universities in the States. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Chafee. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And indeed, I can validate that our schools in Fairfield, both Fairfield University and Sacred Heart, has private institutions are integral part of the community as well as its economic impact. Ms. Anderson, if you could, share a little bit in regards to the economic impact that the university and its students, as well as its array of community-oriented services, provide to the community. I remember hearing that on an overall economic as well as continual impact, you're looking at potentially with graduates and businesses, millions, if not nearly $1 billion in contributions and funds to the community. Could you elaborate a little bit more about that level of economic impact to the community?
Sure. So the latest economic impact number was at $1 billion annually, and that's in direct and indirect spending. So that's just Fairfield University's number. Sacred Heart also was, I think, upwards of $1 billion. So when you look at the direct spending of that, 589 million was direct spending. 123 million of that was direct spending by employees, with 60 million for students and families. So it's a significant contribution in terms of the economic impact. I would say in addition, relative to other things that we do in the community, civic engagement is a huge priority of the universities. So things like hosting the early voting site for the town of Fairfield, hosting things like lectures, debates, forums during election season. Senator Wong has been on campus many times for those himself. We recently hosted the governor's breakfast because we feel it's important for the university to engage on a civic level. From a town engagement standpoint, we sponsor almost every event that the Chamber of Commerce does, with hosting a number of the events here on campus. We're holding the first Women in Business Forum here on campus this month. We do a number of author signings. We do weekly children's programming for people in the town or at our downtown bookstore. We do camps both on campus and off campus with our coaches and are active in the community. So this is just a sample of some of the things that we do. On town initiatives, things like our shop and strolls, initiatives that support small businesses. The university is 100% dedicated to supporting those initiatives as well. And we partner with our Department of Public Education as well, and do things like Kids Day Out, which we had recently. We had 3,000 elementary schools from the Fairfield, 300,000 elementary school children here from various schools in Fairfield County to watch a women's basketball game, and we focused it on literacy. It was a field trip that was scheduled during the day, and we do that annually to engage the youth in our community as well. We bring a professional lacrosse league to our campus every summer. This brings over 10,000 visitors to the town, which obviously stay in our hotels and eat in our restaurants. And we even do things like spiritual guidance. So we have the Murphy Center for Ignatian Spirituality, and we offer free spiritual guidance for community members and a number of programs there as well. So that just gives you a snapshot of the things that we do to engage with the community.
Thank you very much, and so many more of these programs. Now, it's important, and I know we articulated in regards to the vice chair of the House articulated that the Bellarmine organization. People need to understand the Bellarmine is situated outside of Fairfield in Bridgeport, and it specifically serves as a educational opportunity for many of the Bridgeport residents. And not only do you provide skill sets and an associate degree, but you also provide a continual connection to Fairfield University should these students continue with education. And the reason I mentioned that, if you could articulate Bellarmine a little bit more, that it was a mission of the university and its Jesuit tradition to extend, to help broaden the community. You are not a university that is set up in a bucolic suburb. You have a greater mission. And getting to the facts of this bill, the endowment allows the university to pursue these kind of important, noble missions that aren't always provided by tuition and dollars donated. You build your endowment to fulfill the critical mission that you have in education. It is not a deposit and bank account for the willy-nilly decisions of university. It serves a critical mission to the goal of the university and its educational mission. Would that be consistent? Can you articulate a little bit more? One on Bellarmine is something that I'm incredibly impressed by, and the outreach to the community, but more importantly, the endowment structure, and it fulfills a greater mission. And should that be tapped into for taxation purposes, it would really undermine the greater noble mission to improve lives for every student in our state.
Thanks, Senator Wong. You are correct. It would be very hard for the university to do these types of initiatives with the taxation that this bill is proposing. Bellarmine was very much part of the university's mission. These types of programs that impact the community and provide educational services such as this to first generation low income students that likely, may not be able to attend a college or university. The fact that our 80% retention rate in first year is huge, given what other associate degree schools in the state are seeing. Our goal for these students is really to ensure that they are succeeding and pursuing beyond whether it's an associate degree and they go out into the workforce in that associate degree, or they pursue a 4-year degree. We actually have partnerships with other 4-year institutions as well. So Fairfield University is one institution, but Albertus Magnus, Williams College are examples of other institutions where we have a partnership with that will accept these students to pursue a degree that maybe Fairfield University just doesn't offer in our 4-year programs. So yes, Senator Wong, you are correct. This program would not be made possible if this bill were passed. It is something that Fairfield feels very strongly about. The program will support 200 students annually in a cohort model. And our goal is to keep retention at a very high, strong level and continue to engage these students in either supporting them and going out into the workforce after the 2 years, or bringing them, to a 4-year program. We also have another initiative that's called Company Scholars that is bringing first-generation students from Jesuit Catholic high schools and Cristo Rey institutions. We bring 25 to 30 of these students here from both globally and places like Chicago and other areas. This has been an extremely successful program. These students come to Fairfield absolutely fully funded. So this is in addition to Bellarmine. These are 25 to 30 students that are coming from these high schools, and they're funding room and board, tuition, fully funded, including study abroad programs that these students may not have had the opportunity to do at other institutions.
You educate me on a new program, and I'm glad to hear it. But I also want to close by offering that your Upward Bound program that has been in existence since the early 60s, that provides for first generation or economically disadvantaged young students and their families from the Bridgeport area, is one of the great programs that the university initiated. And I'm fearful that without the endowment flexibility, that these kind of important programs that don't get enough attention will cease to exist. And so, again, I want to thank you and the university, and I want to include that with Sacred Heart Universities as well, and all of our private institutions that do great work in the community. Some may not, but I know the ones that are, and they shouldn't be punished by creating that additional economic and taxing burden. So I thank you for your time, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence of time again.
Absolutely. Representative Chafee with a follow-up question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Sorry to go for a second time here, but I should have asked the first time around. I've heard it referred to 2 different, I don't know if it's Bellarmine or Bellarmine, that specific program. Is there a residency requirement for that? I know you said that it's located in Bridgeport. I'm just wondering how people get admitted to that, or what the selection process is.
Sure. So Fairfield, Bellarmine has its own staff. So we have an admissions counselor that serves Bellarmine. There's a dean of the school as well. applications are submitted to Bellarmine. It is a commuter. There is no residency. So it truly is serving the community, the local community. And admissions is based on, obviously a number of criteria, but with the notion of success. So that's one of the fundamental, admissions criteria here at Fairfield too. We want people to come to Fairfield who are going to succeed at Fairfield. So with that same mindset with Bellarmine, we want students who are going to come to Bellarmine and succeed at Bellarmine and, graduate in the 2 to 4 years and, go out and make a difference in their communities and the world.
Great. And you had said when I was asking you before that it's tuition free, they could make a small donation if they can. Are there income eligibility requirements for this program?
Sure. So it is your low income families for this program.
Okay, well, thank you.
How eligible is probably a good baseline to use.
All right. Thank you once again for your testimony. I appreciate the information. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the second round of questioning.
No problem. Thank you so much. I am seeing no other questions at this.
Quick.
Sorry, Representative Lamar.
Thank you for your testimony here today. And I have a few questions. I think sometimes this conversation gets lost in some of the tax treatment and why occasionally this conversation about endowment taxes and spending rules for college institutions comes up. A few years ago, I introduced something similar to an endowment tax, largely focused on ensuring that universities are engaged in what is generally seen as a traditional nonprofit spending rule. About 7.5% of a university's endowment should be spent on an annualized basis to ensure that programs that you've referenced here today that are doing good work in communities continues to occur. Do you have a specific spending rule attached at your university endowment? Do you know if there are parameters in which the Fairfield University or other institutions require of themselves a set amount to be spent every year?
Sure. So each year during the annual budget process, the Board of Trustees of Fairfield, who has fiduciary responsibility for the university, approves the annual budget, and that would include the draw from endowment in that. The Fairfield University maintains a relatively low draw on our endowment. I think you referenced a 7.5%. We do not use 7.5% because it's important for the sustaining of the university to build the endowment. And we want to also ensure that from a student aid and financial aid perspective, that majority of those dollars are going to fund our student and financial aid. So it does vary on an annualized basis. We are extremely I would say fiduciary responsible, and look to those dollars to support scholarship and financial aid.
Thank you. And I think that part of that spending rule is designed exactly to do that, is to ensure that there's a continued number of dollars that are going directly to those needs. And I think that's the challenge that policymakers have to have. We extend this tax treatment towards colleges and universities because they are involved in social mobility and the public welfare and the public good. This is a tax treatment that is not extended to most businesses. The vast majority of businesses don't get to experience exemption from this type of tax. So I think that's where the spending rule, the best practice of a 7.5% spending rule comes into place. Colleges and universities, the goal that they would increase student aid and performance. For example, like a large number of our public institutions in the state of Connecticut, over half of them, half of their students receive Pell Grants. At our private institutions, it's somewhere around, in many cases, less than 20% of the students receive Pell Grants. Pell Grants is a rough indicator of like their overall student wealth and ability to pay on campuses. So I think when we have this conversation about endowment taxes, it's often targeted towards the wealthier institutions in our state because the expectation is they should be doing more to expand opportunities. And I think part of that, this conversation continues. I use an example at the large institution in my hometown of New Haven, who received a $300 million donation to put a name on a building. That $300 million donation led to a decreased federal tax obligation of about $40 million. $40 million that the state of that the country would have received, and due to the tying in state taxes with federal taxes, it meant that the state of Connecticut actually received less money in tax revenue from this individual for the naming of that building, which provided no overall public benefit to any students, the naming of that building, but it did enjoy significant tax deferrals, tax obligation to the federal and state tax coffers that would otherwise go to better societal mobility and improvement. So I think that's where the challenge on this conversation comes. We've seen a steadily increasing number of large donations to endowments across the country. Specifically, the institution in my own community sees them. And it's hard to know if the tax revenue that large net worth individual would have otherwise paid is as well served being a gift to an already extremely wealthy university. And so I think Fairfield is in a unique circumstance, different from the one in my hometown, but we do see a number of folks who are avoiding paying federal and state taxes because they're making huge donations to elite private colleges with multiple billions of dollars in endowments. And I think there's going to be a continuous tension about what the appropriate tax treatment is because of that. And so I appreciate this conversation. I actually find myself at the end of every one of these conversations, not quite sure where I stand on the issue, but know that there's an inequity involved in here somewhere that I'd love to get to the bottom of. So hopefully we don't spend the next 26 years figuring out newspapers and how much we need to tax our citizens to support newspapers, but also how much do we need to look at the endowment tax moving forward, I think is a ripe policy area. Thank you.
So I can tell you 94% of Fairfield's financial aid is from the institution versus the state or federal. And it is something that we look at growing and investing in every year. It is important to us. I can't speak to other universities' gifts, but in my 10 years at Fairfield has not received a $300 million donation from anyone. But we take the use of those dollars for financial aid very seriously. And over 85% of our students do receive some sort of aid from the institution. And, I know you referenced Pell, but I also think a thing to think about in this conversation is the Pell Plus One. Right. And those are those individuals that may not make that Pell line, but are certainly of significant financial need for the cost of higher education. And that's a big focus for Fairfield.
Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate it. I don't believe we have any other questions at this time, but we certainly appreciate your testimony. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you so much. You too.
Up next, number 13, Dondre Roberts. Good to see you, sir.
Hey, good to see you. Good afternoon, Co-Chair Senator Rahman and Representative Kavros DeGraw, Ranking Member Senator Gordon, Rep. Zullo, and distinguished committee members. My name is Dondre Roberts, and I'm a member of the Connecticut Apartment Association, an organization representing over 70,000 apartment communities in the state of Connecticut. I'm also a housing provider in New Haven, and I've worked in multifamily space over a decade. The Connecticut Apartment Association supports SB 1444, an act concerning the conversion of commercial real estate for real property for residential use. Connecticut is facing a severe housing crisis, whether it's empty nesters looking to downsize, working families seeking affordability, or young professionals needing proximity to jobs. Our state lacks the housing supply to meet demand. This crisis has been widely discussed, but SB 1444 presents a real actionable solution. And the data is clear. According to Rent Cafe, the number of apartments being converted from office spaces has surged from 23,100 in 2022 to a record-breaking 70,700 in the pipeline, a nearly threefold increase. And office conversions now account for 42% of all adaptive reuse projects, with cities like New York City alone having 8,300 in the pipeline. So meanwhile, Cushman & Wakefield reports that Hartford's office vacancy rate currently stands at 23%. With so much underutilized commercial space, we have a tremendous opportunity to repurpose these buildings into much needed housing. Many Connecticut Apartment Association members are already engaged in commercial to residential conversions, demonstrating that our group is ready to be part of the solution. Imagine the impact of removing unnecessary barriers to housing development in our state. And we believe that SB 1444 is a practical, forward-thinking step to address our housing crisis while breathing new life into vacant commercial spaces, while also respecting the importance of local control. We urge you to support this bill to help move Connecticut forward. Thank you, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you so much. I am seeing no questions at this time. We appreciate you being here. Have a great afternoon.
You too.
So sorry. Wait, Dondre, don't go anywhere. I
Oh,
missed
I'm here.
Dubitsky, late hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You still here?
Yep, I am still here.
Okay, excellent. I just wanted to ask you about a couple of scenarios that, and I want to know if you or your organization would still support the bill or the bill's application to these scenarios. So if you've got a commercial area of a town, like, Main Street in a town, and it's got mostly commercial buildings, but some of the buildings are essentially single-family residences that are kind of legacy that are there from before it was a Main Street. And those buildings had been converted into commercial offices or something like that. Is it your feeling that in such an instance where it's a commercial district on a commercial street where the town is clearly trying to make or keep that area commercial, that those buildings should be, that somebody should be allowed to buy one of those and turn it back into a single family residence?
Yeah, Representative Dubitsky, that's a great question. We do have a housing shortage in the state, so it's important that we address those needs. But I think this bill also most importantly includes the importance of local control. So towns like yours would be able to consider such a proposal, and they'd have a certain amount of days to decide whether or not to approve or reject it. I believe in the bill it's 65 days. But I think it's important to respect that local control because it's close to the people, especially the towns that you might represent. So we think that this bill most importantly balances the local wants and needs while also expediting the process to convert commercial to residential. There are going to be some towns and cities that are on board with it, and we've already seen some successes. And there are going to be some towns and cities that will reject some projects, and that's fine. So we think that this bill balances both needs because obviously, some towns might not want to completely eliminate commercial districts. So we think that this bill is an adequate balance for accelerating housing growth and respecting what local towns and cities may or may not want.
Okay, so would you agree that having it statewide as of right would be a problem in a situation like that?
Could you repeat your questions?
Would you agree under that scenario if the bill required as of right statewide, it would take away the town's ability to deny an application for that type of use?
So, and thank you for that question. Based on how the bill is written, towns would still have the ability to say no to such a proposal should that town think that they don't want to move forward or approve that proposal. It's important that community, that input from local government is important because local government's closest to the people. So this bill still allows for that. It wouldn't be the state coming in roughshod you know, allowing complete bulldozing of commercial properties to become residential. It still maintains the aspect of local control. So that way people have a say in what they want on their main street.
Okay, I'm looking at, do you happen to have the bill with you?
Actually, not, it's,
Okay,
I
that's
can
all
pull
right.
it up in my email, but
That's okay. Don't worry about it. I'll just read you one paragraph. It's lines 15 through 17. Any zoning regulations adopted pursuant to Section 8-2 of the general statutes shall allow the conversion or partial conversion of any commercial building into a residential development as of right. Without regard to anything else in the bill, that would seem to take away the local control in a situation like the one I just recited to you, wouldn't it?
well, from how I understand the bill is that the local municipality would still have, I believe the total 65 days to review that proposal.
Right, but the 65 days is the standard time when any zoning application needs to be decided. That doesn't take away from the paragraph I just read you. Doesn't give them any additional discretion.
So I guess I would need to learn more about which additional discretions were you like referring to that this would remove?
All. It says as of right is as of right, right? It doesn't give the town the ability to deny it. Says they can do it as of right. It's their right to do it. So would you agree with me that there should be an opportunity for the town to say this is not appropriate in this particular instance?
Well, based off of my interpretation of SB 1444, I do see that local towns still have the ability to decide whether or not to approve or, you know, reject a proposal. You know, our association has always supported, you know, the aspect of local control and balancing community needs with our statewide needs to grow housing. And, you know, like I said previously, we wouldn't support anything that would, you know, come in and just destroy and bulldoze communities to do, you know, residential. The importance is having that community aspect, that community control and local control is close to the people. So we think that this balances both.
Okay, well, thank you. I just encourage you to read it again, but I appreciate your testimony and thank you, Madam Chair.
I appreciate the questions.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
And I believe with that, I'm just double checking. We are, no more questions for you today. Thanks so much. Have a good day.
Thanks.
Okay, number 14, Kathy Voss, VASS, Voss. I hope I got that right. When you're ready, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, well, good day and good afternoon, Chair Rahman, Chair Kavros-DeGraw, and distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Catherine Vass. I am a Justice of the Peace from Stratford, and I am testifying in support of HB 7150, an act concerning justices of the peace. I own Ever After Memories, LLC, and I have been a professional wedding officiant since 2018. I am also an ordained minister with American Marriage Ministries, a graduate of the Celebrate Academy, and a member of the Justice of the Peace Association. I want to thank our director, Loretta J., for her work in supporting this bill. Being a wedding officiant to me is more than just signing paperwork. It's about creating a meaningful experience where couples can celebrate with their loved ones, be it a custom love story ceremony or a simple town hall elopement. I want each couple to feel special. Every wedding officiant chooses the format of their business, which is beautiful because that means every couple can find the officiant that fits them best. 9 years ago, I was ready for a career change, and I researched becoming a wedding officiant. As an unaffiliated voter, I could only apply to be a JP during a presidential election year. Unfortunately, this epiphany occurred just after the 2016 election, so instead, I ordained online and built my business. In 2021, I finally secured a JP appointment. Today, I only sign licenses as a JP because ordained ministers are not required to register with the state. So there's no way that no way to verify that I have the legal authority to officiate. While most ordained ministers are honest, unregistered ordainment allows anyone to prepare a wedding with no oversight, opening the door to commit fraud if that is their purpose. And even when ordained minister is a friend or a family member of the couple, the validity of the marriage is at risk if these individuals make mistakes on their license. Connecticut officiants are not required to receive any training. As a JP, I took an oath and received a handbook, but no instruction. Because I want to run a professional business, I sought education and have access to training through JPUS. But none of this is legally required. I believe that political affiliation should have nothing to do with marriage, and it should not determine who can legally officiate one. If moved forward, I propose that the working group involved in HB 7150 consider separating the JPs from marriage and create a state-certified civil marriage officiant position. Require certification just like any other licensed profession. Register ordained ministers, which would add oversight and reduce fraudulent marriages and mistakes on licenses. Town clerks should be able to appoint unaffiliated minor party JPs year-round, creating a fairer system. I ask that you move HB 7150 forward. This would raise the validity of the professional marriage officiant and protect the rights and safety of couples everywhere. Thank you, and I would love to entertain any questions.
Thank you so much. I don't know that I specifically have any questions, but I know other states, I'm thinking of Virginia, has civil celebrants, and it's been very successful. My mom was actually one. So that might be a really good idea. I hadn't quite thought of maybe pursuing that, but I appreciate that. And I hope you are submitting your testimony, if you haven't already, in written form.
It is in written form, and there is more personal color. I tried to get everything I could into the 3 minutes allotted.
I appreciate that, and we'll certainly go over it. I am not seeing any questions at this time, but I might be reaching out in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. Up next, number 15 in person, Sean Gio, please.
Good afternoon, chairs, Senator Rahman, Representative Kavos-DeGraw, other members of the committee. My name is Sean Gio. I'm the policy director at Partnership for Strong Communities, a statewide affordable housing research and advocacy organization based here in Hartford. We've submitted written testimony on a number of bills, but I'd like to spend this time speaking in support of HB 7062. According to the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority, Connecticut has a gap of over 92,000 affordable homes available to extremely low-income renter households. And there are only 34 affordable and available homes for every 100 households with incomes at or below 30% of the area median income. And we've seen a rise in homelessness. I think you've heard a lot about that recently. More than 5,000 people are reported currently experiencing homelessness in the state. So with those facts in mind, allowing for the installation of temporary shelter units for those experiencing the crisis of homelessness on property owned by religious organizations is one way to ensure those in this most vulnerable and stable situation have access to shelter. Many faith-based institutions have excess underused space on their properties that could serve as a valuable site for temporary shelter, particularly during the winter months. At present, zoning laws across the state often hinder this kind of creative solution. When service providers connected with churches in the past in search of sites to host local warming centers, it's often the zoning code restrictions that have prevented them from being able to provide additional temporary shelter options in the community. Additionally, we'd like to see the bill include language that would require churches that construct these temporary shelters to engage in active partnerships with their regional coordinated access network to help connect those seeking shelter to our statewide homeless response system. Connecticut has an opportunity to confront the dual crisis facing our state, the economic challenges of a housing market that has long since moved past the edges of affordability and is now completely out of reach for thousands of families, and the human toll of housing instability and homelessness that threatens the fabric of our communities. While this alone will not address the shortage of available affordable housing options in the state, it'll help give those who may have nowhere else to go a safe place to be while they work to get back on their feet. Lastly, I also want to speak on, I believe it's section 2 of the bill, underused land owned by religious organizations could also serve as a critical resource for affordable housing development. By allowing these institutions to build housing on their properties without unnecessary zoning barriers, we can create the desperately needed homes for low and moderate income families, seniors, and essential workers. Faith communities have long played a vital role in addressing social challenges, including homelessness and poverty. Permitting them to develop affordable housing aligns with their missions to serve their communities while also providing stable, safe homes for those in need. States such as California and Washington have already embraced this approach, demonstrating that with appropriate safeguards, ensuring affordability, allowing religious organizations to develop housing is a common sense, compassionate, and effective strategy to address the housing crisis. It's time to support policies that empower faith-based organizations to be part of the solution. Look at that. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
That was a tight 3 minutes. Thank you so much. We've seen some testimony that's concerned about not having, basically bathroom facilities in these temporary shelters because they're not tiny homes, they're temporary shelters. Is that of concern to you in any way, shape, or form?
Well, it's my understanding we're talking about zoning and which does not impact health codes, building codes, et cetera, and that those sort of considerations are going to be relevant regardless of whether this bill passes or not.
Also, you mentioned Washington and California. Do you know how successful the programs have been out there in terms of really mitigating, obviously, a much larger problem than we currently have, though certainly any number of people who are sleeping outside is too many.
Yeah, the laws are a little different. California's is more, I guess, wide-ranging. And I'd say in San Diego is probably the best example where we've seen a lot of success with construction of affordable housing by faith communities. In fact, it's often called, we have YIMBY, yes, in my backyard. We have, I guess it's YIGBY, yes, in God's backyard. And in fact, the San Diego folks have actually, I just learned this, they have copyright on that. So if anyone else wants to use it in Connecticut, they're going to need to talk to the folks in San Diego first. But I think San Diego, they've much broadened their the ability to build a lot of housing, including affordable housing, and a big piece of that is the so-called YIGBY law that California passed a few years ago.
Interesting. And perhaps that's a way for them to be able to fund more of their housing because they have copyrighted that, some sort of residual. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate your testimony. As the good chair indicated, we're talking about temporary structures here. So essentially, pre-built structures, perhaps Connex boxes that are developed into little housing units. Is that how you understand it?
No, I'm not here really specifically to speak on sort of the details of the structures. So that's not something I'm expert in, but yeah, I think that's sort of what I imagine. I think my point is that this is a dire need, and we know faith organizations, this is a core part of their mission, and we should figure out how to engage them more in being part of the solution. And this is one way.
Okay, so let's say we've got a church and they want to put in 8 Connex boxes on their property for homeless people or refugees. So they put in these Connex boxes. Should the church be able to put them on their property if the property is in a historic district?
First of all, I have to tell you, I don't know what a Connex box is.
Okay, it's like a big metal storage box with a door and a window.
Okay. Again, I think this is just talking about zoning, so I would assume if it's in a historic district that just as with some other uses, let's take 830G around for affordable housing, if it's within a historic district, that still comes into play on the application, and I would, their authority. So I would assume that's the case with this bill as well, because I believe we're just talking about zoning.
Okay, so as far as you're concerned, if it's in a historic district, the historic district regulations would still apply, even though this says it's as of right.
Well, again, I mean, I'll back up again and give the usual disclaimer that I'm not an attorney, and definitely not a land use attorney at that. But I will say that it's my understanding again that this is just about zoning and not about other regulatory authority.
Okay, would you agree with me that it wouldn't be appropriate to put those type of structures in a historic district?
I think that's up for the local historic district commission to determine. That's their authority.
Okay, so it should be up to the town, and if this bill required that they circumvent the historic district regulations, would you agree with me that that wouldn't be right?
No, I think I'd have to see that bill, but that's not the bill before us. That's a hypothetical question, I guess.
Okay. What about wetlands regulations?
They're again separate from zoning, is my understanding.
Okay, so separate from zoning. So if the property was in a wetland or an that the wetlands regulations should control.
I think they would. Again, I'm not a member of any Inland Wetlands Commission. There's no application before me as not a member of Inland Wetlands Commission. So this is just my opinion. That's my reading of the bill. Yes, this is about zoning.
Okay, and
we can skip ahead to health code if you'd like, or any other sort of local authority. I think we're talking about zoning.
Okay, so so your interpretation of the bill is that it doesn't circumvent any local regulations except the zoning regulations.
Well, yes, for what it's worth, that's my opinion.
Okay. Now there are towns in this state that don't have any zoning. They have certain requirements and prohibitions in their local ordinances. Is it your understanding that this would not circumvent local ordinances?
I don't know. Again, I'd have to look at, first of all, I'd have to look at the bill and to understand, my understanding is this is about a use. It's permitted as a use under zoning. So in these communities that don't have zoning, which I have no experience with, I'm not sure how that's handled.
Okay, you say you'd have to look at the bill. Have you looked at the bill?
Of course, yes, I read it.
Okay.
I don't have it memorized. Unfortunately, there's a lot of bills before you. I'm sure that's been a challenge for everyone.
In section 2, you talked about section 2. Is it your understanding that this would allow for the as of right development of affordable housing on all church-owned properties as of right?
I'm thinking, Representative, if you give me a moment, I should pull up the text if I'm able to, because as I said, I do not have the bill memorized. I'm not even sure if section 2 is correct. I was doing that from memory, but if you'll give me 1 minute. But yes, I'm sorry, can you just state your question again to make sure I don't get it wrong?
Sure. You talked about section 2 of the bill. And I'm asking you if it's your interpretation of section 2 of the bill that that development of affordable housing on the property owned by religious organizations would be as of right.
I think that there is an exemption, or it calls out cemeteries as not included, I believe, property for cemeteries. But yes, I think, again, I think we hear this a lot about around discussions around as of right, which and I think it's helpful to think about definitions of what as of right means. And I can tell you my understanding as a former land use planner. It's been a number of years, but I highly recommend you get you hear more from folks of practice in these areas to understand that as of right does not mean anything goes. It means the use is permitted in the district. Every other aspect of the zoning still applies, whether that's setback, parking requirements, height restrictions if they exist, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We're talking about the permission of use, not requiring special permit or not being outright not permitted.
Okay, I believe this has its own setback requirement, which is, if I remember correctly, 10 feet from a property line.
I think that's the temporary shelter
Yeah.
aspect.
So that would override any zoning required setback, right?
If that's the case, I'm trying to look for that language, but yes, that would be an exception to what I said.
Okay, so if you've got a church in a commercial zone and you put in a bunch of Connex boxes, they could be within 10 feet of the property line, even if the setback is bigger than that.
Yes, if that's the language, I can't find it, but yes, that would be the case.
Did you hear the testimony of the previous witness who talked about the having residential as of right in a commercial zone?
I heard a few, but yes, I've been here for a while, so I've heard a
Okay.
few.
Would you agree that there are commercial areas of town, of some towns, that it is not appropriate to have people living all full time?
I don't know. Sure, there's probably. I'm not can't honestly think of an example. I don't think I'm as strict of an adherent of Euclidean zoning as some of the previous speakers. But I can't answer that, frankly, because I don't know everyone's zoning ordinances. But I imagine, yes, it's possible. I'm not sure, again, what that has to do with 7062, though.
Well, the purpose of zoning is to separate those uses into areas where the people of the town think they should belong, isn't it?
It's perhaps a purpose, but we can look to 8-2 for all the purposes of the given authority from the state to the municipalities for local land use controls and the responsibilities that are largely ignored when we talk about local control.
Okay, well, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Anytime. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I am seeing no other questions at the time, but we certainly appreciate having you here. Thanks.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Up next, we have Jackie Seawright, number 16. Jackie, are you with us? Not seeing her.
Yes.
Oh, there you
Good
are.
afternoon.
Thank you.
Good
Ready to go ahead?
afternoon. Yes, Representative Delaney and Chair and Co-Chair Senator Raymond and all elected officials today. My name is Jackie Seawright. I'm a licensed real estate professional for 22 years, and I've never experienced a housing market like this. I pivoted and now work in nonprofit for Connect, congregations organized for a new Connecticut, and a leader of our housing research team. I stand in support of Bill number 7062, religious faith-based institutions serving as temporary shelter in the development of affordable housing as a right. I have witnessed increased rents in the greater Bridgeport area for the past 6 years. According to the CTMLS in 2019, the median sales price for a 2-bedroom unit in Bridgeport was $1,375. As of 2024, the median rental price is $2,000, an increase of 32%. Certainly, if the incomes also pushed up, the ability to pay higher rents would be easier, but the incomes have not kept up. Showing properties over the past 4 years, I heard the stories, some in tears and many exhausted. So many folks forced to move, stating my landlord is listing the home for sale or raising the rent that was no longer affordable. Also, the district dance, I call it, when parents want their children in certain school districts and seek to move at certain points of their child's school years, mostly high school. I personally know the struggle of this, having to do this 13 plus years ago when the rental market was not as limited or as expensive as it is today. Create more affordable ownership would eliminate this shuffle. I also heard from many seniors and learned their options were quite scarce, especially in Fairfield County. The 55 and over condos are not affordable for those on fixed income because of the high property taxes and HOA fees. The senior designated apartments, also known as HUD properties, based on 30% of income, have long waiting lists. Connecticut claims to be a state where seniors can age in place, but senior homeowners struggle to upkeep and maintain because of high property taxes, insurance, food, and utilities, Connecticut being in the top 10 for utility costs in the nation. How do they maintain their independence and not struggle financially? Serving in ministry, I heard the stories of parishioners faced with housing challenges pre-COVID. So certainly the housing shortage across the state makes life more stressful. No one should have to make choices between buying food and paying the rent, as many congregations nationally have experienced a decline in attendance. So oversized parking lots, closed parochial schools, parishes, halls, and rectories, which are costly to maintain. This could create an opportunity for affordable housing, giving purpose to land that is underutilized. In many states like California, this has been successful in giving hope and strengthening the community. The leaking holes of our state's housing crisis needs work. Yes, in God's backyard offers a plug to a leak of many we are experiencing right now. Allowing administrative rezoning with clear criteria would enable faith communities to build affordable homes while maintaining necessary guardrails and environmental protections. Senior housing, family housing, get your adult children out of your home so they can adult housing, and partnerships to shelters. It's a win for our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. If you wouldn't mind going back, what was the first year you said that the, I think it was the rent was $1,375 in Bridgeport?
2019.
Okay, so and now it is a 32% increase to over $2,000.
Correct. Correct.
Obviously, that is a huge contributing factor both to our homelessness numbers and also just to the fact that so many people are paying well over 30% of their income towards whatever roof they're putting over their head, whether it's rental or otherwise. So I thank you so much for that testimony today. I believe that Maryland is also pursuing something similar because, as you said, the congregations are shrinking. I know COVID certainly did not help that because more congregations, did more online kind of thing. And you do see empty parking lots at temples, mosques, churches, depending on where you might be. And also having as you said, the empty rectories and things. So I think it's it's certainly, we're trying to move forward here a little bit in thinking about how, I know we've heard testimony before about fulfilling mission. So I really do appreciate you being here today. I see that Rep Baker has a question for you online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see you, Ms. Seawright. It's been a while since I've seen you. Thank you for being part of the Bridgeport community and what you do, and getting people into homes. One of my concerns is with the faith-based being able to put the housing facilities and their capacity level. I know many years ago when I was very involved with Mount Airy Baptist Church, we had talked about doing some housing, but we weren't able to have the capacity. What recommendations would you make, or if there are any, in terms of that we could put in place for legislation to kind of help move some of these affordable housing and utilize spaces, and also to allow the faith-based organizations to do affordable housing?
Thank you for your question. Good to see you too. I think one of the things is to tap into their local towns and cities for resources, perhaps maybe some funding for technical support, for architectural support. These are churches. I mean, they're in the business of pastoring people. And so all the support in terms of that would be helpful. I think CHAFA has a lot of funding available, especially if we're looking at multifamily sort of creation, which I think would be crucial, especially when we talk about seniors and families. I think it would be a great mix for both communities. So I see that. I see CHAFA coming into play. I see perhaps maybe some grant funding that can come into play to help on the technical side of, how do you even start these conversations? Who are the players? Who are the consultants who have experience in Montgomery County, Maryland? One of our sister organizations has been successful in getting this passed, and resourcing and having the resources to do that. So I look forward to learning more on how we could work together to make this successful.
Well, thank you for your response. It was kind of like some of the things that I was thinking myself as I go around Bridgeport, and I see just using Bridgeport as an example, and seeing some of the vacant lots and the abandoned buildings, and how we can do to. So thank you for coming out here and sharing your testimony, and I look forward to seeing you in the future as we can build a better Bridgeport. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming, testifying. Are you in favor of both sections of this bill, or that's 7062, or just one or the other?
I'm in favor of both. I mean, I've seen some of the congregations who have been set up for emergency housing, for heating, warming centers and cooling centers, and I think that was great. So I'm in favor of both. Over 100,000 units needed in the state right now, and that number continues to grow. So I think all housing is necessary, emergency and permanent.
Okay, what's your understanding? Excuse me. What's your understanding of the word temporary in the first section?
I'm not really sure. I heard 6 months, maybe to a year. I know the heating and cooling centers were just seasonal. I don't have an exact timing, but I would hope maybe 6 to 12 months for people to get placed into something permanent would make sense.
Okay, there's a provision in here that any given individual can't live in one of these units for more than 12 months. Is it your understanding that after 12 months they will be evicted?
I'm not sure about that.
Is it your understanding that after 12 months, if there are 8 units, 8 Connex boxes sitting on the lawn of a local church, that after 12 months, they could move from one Connex box to the other?
I would imagine that there would be resources in place to help figure out or partner with housing, whether it's a shelter or something for these type of, these folks who are in this type of situation. I'm from Fairfield County, so the idea of, I don't know about the container idea. I don't know if that would be something that they would seek to do, or if they would seek to do something more conducive to the dwell in. So I'm not really sure how that would work. I would think that there would be staffing and resources in the community to help situate folks who are coming up on their time in the temporary housing.
Okay. There's also a provision in here that no more than 2 unrelated people can live in one of these temporary structures. Who's going to enforce that?
Well, some of the towns have affordable housing committees, staffers. I would think that would be a partnership with the town, in addition to the resources of that community or maybe the local shelter. My understanding, though, is that affordable housing manager kind of would fall into that role. Maybe someone who would be able to keep time and have the resources available to seek other or alternate housing, as well as making sure the guidelines are adhered to.
Okay, but would you agree with me that it's not in the bill?
No, it's not. But I don't know that HUD, I don't know about even with HUD guidelines, if there is any restrictions like that. How do they enforce it?
Okay,
That might be a question for them.
The bill requires that there be at least 1 toilet facility for each 8 people. It doesn't specify what type. Is it your understanding that along with these 8 Connex boxes on the church lawn, there would also be multiple porta potties or something similar?
I would imagine so. I would imagine there would have to be something, but I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just for the edification of the testifier, since I know you didn't write the bill, the intent is for churches and synagogues and mosques that are already serving the homeless to be able to have these shelters on property, and they're already providing the showers, the bathrooms, the eating facilities inside of their church, temple, mosque, or the hall associated with it. Just so that's clear up, because it's kind of an unfair thing to ask you if you didn't write the bill. So thank you so much for testifying. Right now, I'm not seeing any other questions, but we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Up next, we have number 17, Randy Collins. I believe he's joining us in person. Good to see you, sir. And the mic's already on.
It's hot. Good afternoon. My name is Randy Collins, Associate Director of Policy for the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. I submitted testimony on numerous bills, and I just wanted to highlight a few. And knowing that my colleague has someplace to be, we are supporting 7146 and Act concerning legal notices. We know that this is still a work in progress. We are hopeful that we can come to an agreement this year on protecting the public's right to know, and making sure that our notifications are done properly, and maximizing, what we have, but at the same point, modernizing our process to allow municipal websites. Clearly, the court had ruled on Petapatog versus Fenwick last year, and they punted it back to the court system, and they didn't even really get into the whole idea of the online process and how that is impacting the situation. So there is work to be done. I know we're working collaboratively, and I've been saying it for years. This is the year. But if not, we'll be back. All right. We have, CCM does have concerns with House Bill 7149, municipal contracts for professional engineering services. This would mandate towns use a qualified bid system for engineering services with an excess of $100,000 contract. Nothing in statute precludes towns from doing this. Some towns certainly already do this, but to mandate that this would be their process versus a low bid system or a hybrid between low bid and qualified, where they weigh different factors. This is something that the town should be allowed to decide through their local charters, their local ordinances of how they want to price out municipal contracts for different services. And why would we separate just engineering services versus construction or whatever else it may be? We support 7154 revisions to statutes related to municipal tax collection. I know this is something that tax collectors undertake about every 10 years. They go through and just kind of codify, clean up various pieces of statute, provide efficiencies. I know it's something they spoke with us, went over. A lot of it is beyond what I truly understand, but having been working with them for a number of years, it is a good undertaking. I wish more would work to kind of do those comprehensive reviews. And we do have concerns with, last one I'll mention, I know before I get the ding, is Senate Bill 1445, authorizing municipalities to exempt motor vehicles from property taxation. We'd love to be in a position where we eliminated the motor vehicle tax. We do have concerns that you would see some municipalities that might not have a significant motor vehicle grand list that decide we're going to get rid of it. It's not worth it for us to collect. And it almost creates a race to the bottom. You'd have a Delaware of, say, Union or Andover, a small town, and they'll start to pull commercial developments because they don't register motor vehicles. And you could see large corporations saying, I'm going to take my Amazon fleet and register them in one town. I think we need to address this collectively rather than balkanizing a race to the bottom, because certainly communities like a Hartford or New Haven can't afford to lose that level of revenue. So I think we would need to look at that. Happy to take questions. And I think we've submitted on a couple others, but.
Thank you so much. I believe Senator Rahman first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Randy, for here and sharing your thought and idea. I really appreciate it. As per the 1445 Senate bill, last 2 years we are working, with you and all other stakeholders to see what we can do, how we can remove and repeal the car tax. Connecticut had really, of course, this unfair tax, so I know the this year bill said we will increase phase it out 5 years, and we may increase or adding the property tax, but we are not doing this as of now. I can tell you we are working a different plan. We have is amazing plan. We are working with all our stakeholders, including finance and both sides of the aisles. But we don't know how long it will take. But I can guarantee you, we are not moving with the property tax increase. I know this is why we're having the public hearing, and I thank you kindly for your testimony today. Thanks.
No, and thank you. As I said, the car tax is onerous. It's regressive. It's difficult to collect, but at $1 billion a year for our municipalities, it's just to simply shift that onto our commercial and residential, especially as we're seeing revals really impacting our residential rates, that we're very cautious of any of that shift and how that is going to impact, because the property tax, it hinders affordable housing, it hinders economic development, and it's something I think, but we have to look at it comprehensively of all the different aspects, the exemptions that exist, to really make it move forward in a way that our municipalities can begin to thrive. But I think as long as we're restricted to it, it's, as I said, it's, arguing against this tax exemption or, expanding this credit over here, or we're eliminating cars. We're not fixing it. We're just kind of moving the deck chairs around. But we're always ready to sit down and talk and to see if we can find a process that's better and to work with all of you. Though we did promise never to talk car taxes again, but.
That was our promise. I don't think everyone abides by our promises, Randy. Representative Tubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for coming in. You said that CCM submitted written testimony on a number of bills. I was just going through some of them and I'm not seeing it. What bills is it that you submitted your testimony on?
I know a number of the housing and zoning bills. My colleague, Zach McCown, he's going to be speaking to them. I think he's a few spots behind me. I just get lucky with the car tax ones. As I said, I submitted on professional engineering services, revisions to tax collection, exempting motor vehicles, legal notice, and I still have to submit on the taxation of endowments. We, would love to, any kind of ideas of municipal revenue diversification, I think we're supportive of. We'd have to look, how that would impact the interactions between our cities and our municipality, and our colleges. It is a symbiotic relationship, but I think the idea of, looking at the benefits provided versus the reduction in property taxes are something that we'd have to consider as we go forward. But we love the idea of revenue diversification, so I don't think I'd ever want to.
With regard to the engineering bill, what was your position on that?
Our position on that is this is nothing, use of qualified bid is not prohibited by statute. But we oppose the idea that a town would be mandated to have to use this. A lot of times towns, they know how much that they can spend. And if you get a qualified bid, if you have to use a straight qualified bid without any consideration of price, yes, this is the most qualified bidder. I can't afford that. So towns have their processes by which, maybe in charter, it may be through their local body. I don't know why we would usurp that and take that away from towns. They know how to run, they know how to contract out for services. I don't think they should be mandated to use this process. Again, they're not precluded.
So CCM opposes that bill?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, what was the other one that you mentioned that you hadn't yet?
I hadn't submitted yet. The only one I hadn't submitted on yet was 7147, the taxation of endowments. Again, we'd be supportive of revenue diversification. We'd really have to look at how that bill would impact our different municipalities, because I know that some, City of New Haven has a very, they have an understanding with the city, Yale University, where Yale provides, financial assistance. Would this preclude that? How would that work in exchange? So not as easy just to say we're going to tax their endowment and shift that money, but but these communities do provide significant amount of services to the universities, in terms of fire, road maintenance, police, and when you don't have property tax in some of your most developable, advantageous properties in your city, at times it can be, is the cost benefit analysis there? I think it's something to look at. I just started reading In the Shadow of the Ivory Tower, which really looks at the interactions between universities in our urban settings and the benefits they bring in versus the property tax implications they have in services.
Well, here's my my question about that bill, and I was wondering if you could maybe comment on it. Right now, a municipality is entitled to tax the property of an entity where the property is located within the boundaries of the town. If I've got a tractor and I have it in your town, you can tax it. If I take that tractor out of the town, even though I still own it, and put it in a different town, the different town is going to tax it and you can no longer tax it. With regard to endowment funds, where are those funds located? And it sounds to me like it's opening the door to allow a municipality to tax property that is not within the boundaries of its town. Is that your understanding?
I think with the idea of taxing endowments is not something I'm very familiar with, the idea, because we look at property taxes. We don't have, municipalities aren't allowed to collect sales tax or income tax or things like that. So I think it would be where, if you were looking at endowment, where is that the university headquartered? I think that's how you would apply more corporate business taxes. But I think we look at it more of a conversation in terms of how do we get, the support that our urban areas that host these communities need. Is an endowment tax, the right path? I don't know. But I think we certainly can see that our cities that host these need help. You know, and that, you know, the reliance on property taxes. I know in the past we've talked about, you know, being able to apply services in lieu of taxes, you know, for a fee for, you know, fire, police services that are, you know, are provided, at least to recoup some of the costs that municipalities carry. But again, where would you locate the endowment? Is it, you know, it's in the bank. It's in the, you know, I doubt there's a vault with, you know, I think I saw Wesleyan has $1.57 billion endowment. I'm assuming it's invested in all over the place. So I don't know how you would apply that. So, but in terms of revenue diversification, I think it's conversations that we need to have for our municipalities.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I believe, just confirming, Representative Chafee online with some questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties here with my camera, but I wanted to ask a question on the QBS for the engineering services. It seems you partially answered my question already. I was going to ask if the main opposition is just the fact that the state is mandating the towns use it. Is that kind of your main argument against this?
I think that is one significant objection, that it would be, you know, notwithstanding local charter, local ordinances, that telling a town like, no, you're doing your bidding wrong. You have to use this system. And also with the qualified bid system, price comes in once you get certain qualified bidders that come in. But, you know, if you can't come to work, then you can go to the next qualified bidder. I think municipalities know what their budgets are. And so you could have the most qualified bidder come in that would meet the criteria, and you'd have to enter into negotiations with that qualified bidder. And they say, okay, the cost for our services is $5 million. Towns say, I only have 2. Why would, you know, so cost has to be considered for our municipalities when they are bidding this process out. Otherwise, it will slow that process down. And I think the other aspect is, you know, nothing precludes us from using this. So by not being precluded, if a town thinks that a qualified bid system is the right option and the right process for them, then they have all the rights to do that. But to tell them that you're doing it wrong and you have to do it this way, just isn't something that we support at this time.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I personally, I see this as a cost-saving measure for municipalities. In my professional career, I'm actually a professional engineer. I don't do consulting work, but I know in the 20 plus years I've been in the industry, or in the construction industry in particular, you know, when you run into a problem in the field, it ends up costing a lot more money than if it's discovered ahead of time through a thorough, you know, design process and engineering review. Yeah, I know the Engineering Association was in earlier testifying, and obviously, you know, people who are engineers who hold their license, they're responsible to operate in a certain way. But when you have the pressures of the market and being the low bidder, you know, people are trying to make money regardless of what business they're in. And as they said, you know, that means assigning maybe an intern to do a little bit of review, or less seasoned staff that wouldn't find, you know, potential problems that someone with more experience would. Yeah, I've had several jobs that are in construction, and suddenly you realize that, well, you know, there was a water main that wasn't mapped correctly. You know, now the water main needs to be moved, and we're in the middle of construction, and the crews are all on standby. And, you know, the costs pile up very quickly once you're in the construction phase of the projects. So I think spending a little money on the front end, though it may be counterintuitive, would save money on the back end. You know, I'm happy to talk more with you about this offline, see if there's something we could do to kind of come to an agreement on this, if you'd like to. On the endowment bill, just to your point, I know you mentioned Yale University and the voluntary payment they make to New Haven. This bill, the way this is structured, it actually does not raise any taxes on universities' endowments. This would simply give municipalities the option to do that. I know we had
representative of Fairfield University in before the committee a little while ago. And, from what she said, it seems Fairfield is a great partner. Fairfield University is a great partner down there, and they're doing a lot of good work in the community. In that case, I would think that the town officials in Fairfield would be reluctant to place a tax on the endowment, where other universities are not making those types of investments in the community. So that's kind of the aim of the bill. I look forward to reading the testimony once it's submitted on that. And again, feel free to reach out moving forward if you'd like to see some work done on that. But thank you once again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll certainly reach out. Always happy to talk.
Thank you so much. At this time, I am seeing no other questions. We appreciate you. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Up next, we have our colleague, Representative John Piscopo. When you're ready, sir. Sorry, we had to make you wait a little.
No
But
problem, Madam
You know the
Chair.
drill.
Not a problem.
When you're ready, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank the chairs of this committee, the ranking members and the members of this committee for raising House Bill 7145, an act dissolving the Laura Andrews Free Library Association. I appreciate you doing this for me, and it's just a little bill. This was a fund that was set up for the Thomaston Free Library back in the old free library days, I think in the late 1800s. And what the librarian, what our library and the board of the library board has decided to do was just turn it over to the town for the purposes of the library, to benefit the library. It's a better custodial of that fund. You have my written testimony, so I don't need to read it to you. And you have testimony also from our director of the library, the chairman of the board of the library in Thomaston.
Okay, great. I don't think we do. Representative Dubitsky.
Uh-oh.
He's yours.
Thanks for coming in, Representative. Could you just tell us why the state of Connecticut and the legislature has to be involved in this?
That's a great question, and I've gotten that question a lot since I had to introduce this bill. It's the old, well, we're by statute, our town, and it's the old free library. They had to make a board. They had to set up a board. I was surprised that it took a special act of the legislature myself, but they had to actually set up a board with the legislature way back in 1880, and not only do you have the library board, but you have a little board that's watching this fund, and they meet quarterly, and they're actually having trouble getting a quorum at that board meeting sometimes. Like a lot of our towns are going through it. So it was a special act back then of the charter of the General Assembly back then. So we have to correct it that way. It doesn't say it's a great question. It didn't sound right to me either.
Great. And I assume that they are all on board with this?
Yes, they all are on board. You have testimony from our first selectman and the director of the library. She was concerned that I did include language, made sure language was in there to the town of Thomaston for the benefit of the Thomaston Public Library. So it's very clear that that fund will be for that reason.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Representative.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And Representative, I appreciate
you, Madam Chair.
that clarification, because this happens a lot. Like somebody will bring us a charter or something else. And if we as legislators don't even know that it was a special act, sometimes it's hard for us to figure out, is that our purview? Is that not our purview? So I actually repeatedly asked that question about this one just to make sure it was us, because we had some back and forth with our LCOs about it too. So thank you for being here. Seeing no other questions. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you again. And you also. Thank you.
Absolutely. Up next, we have number 20, Betsy Guerra. I don't actually see her. Oh, there she is online. I didn't think you were. There you are. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
I intended to be here in person, but unfortunately could not do that. But thank you, Representative, members of the committee. My name is Betsy Guerra. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, and we have submitted testimony on a number of bills. I'll just limit my remarks to a couple of those. We are in strong support of House Bill 7146, an act concerning the publication of legal notices by municipalities. We hope that this is the year that we get this over the finish line, although I know that it continues to be a work in progress. I think the bill is important because it recognizes that many small towns no longer have a newspaper that can be considered to have a substantial circulation in their community. And so it makes perfect sense to have them post on the municipal website where people are familiar with and accustomed to getting their information about certain town activities. And so we appreciate the work of the chairs and other members that have been participating in the working group to look at this issue. And we hope to continue those discussions to come up with some way that could provide some towns with some important mandate relief. So thank you for that. I also want to just comment on the qualification-based selection process. We do oppose that bill, House Bill 7149, which would mandate that municipalities use QBS for procuring professional engineering services for large projects involving state funding. When we spoke to some of our board members about this, some had been very concerned that when they had used QBS for whatever reason, that they were in a very difficult negotiating position when it came to price, because price is not considered during the selection process. It's just based on the qualifications and information that the different firms provide. And they felt that this was the worst negotiating position they had ever been in, and that it ended up really undermining the opportunity to move ahead with the project. So we are concerned that it is mandated. As my colleague Randy Collins mentioned, towns are free to use this. There are towns that indicate in their charter or in their purchasing procedures that QBS should be used for professional service or technical services, but I think mandating it is of particular concern. In addition, many municipalities are very focused on budget transparency, particularly small towns. When you go before a town meeting and you talk about a project, the first thing people want to know about is how much it's going to cost. And again, under QBS, you wouldn't have that information when you're moving ahead with the project. So we respectfully oppose that. And I did just want to comment on House Bill 7062 regarding temporary shelter units for persons experiencing homelessness. Clearly, this is an important issue to address. However, we are concerned with the bill as drafted. I know there was a similar bill, if not an identical bill, last session, and we did share the language with some municipal officials, including building officials. And although the bill provides that it is the temporary shelter units would be subject to applicable building code and fire code provisions, it was very unclear to try to determine which provisions would actually be applicable. And I did speak to that in my written testimony. But again, it was something that they were very concerned that the towns would be at a loss for how to ensure that there were no issues relative to the temporary shelters in terms of public health, safety, and the welfare of the community. So we respectfully oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. I don't see any other. Dabrowski, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Betsy, for coming in. With regard to the engineering bill, there was some prior testimony that the $100,000 trigger was sort of pulled out of the air, and there didn't seem to be a real basis for it other than kind of sounded good. Have you, in your discussions with your towns, considered if there is a reasonable number that would logically trigger something like this?
That did not happen in our discussion. And again, towns are free to do this. I did notice as I was looking through some of the charter provisions on this, for example, that the town of Trumbull does this. I don't believe that they have, that it's limited to this, the amount of the proposed project. But again, I think the concern is that price would not be considered as a factor, but also looking at this as a precedent for extending it to other types of services. And we wanted to make sure that that did not happen, that the concerns with QBS, whether they're limited to very large contracts or smaller contracts, is still going to be a problem in terms of negotiating price.
Okay, were there any other bills that you wanted to mention that you didn't get a chance to
We
mention?
submitted on a lot, and I'm happy to talk about those. So there was the bill that was introduced at the request of the Tax Collectors Association. They did a very thorough job in looking at the various ways that they can modernize and improve the tax collection statutes. We're in support of that. We do have concerns with the 3 bills, and I don't have the numbers in front of me. The 3 bills that mandate certain as of right conversions from commercial property, motels, mixed-use developments to residential developments, because again, we believe that the as of right mandate does undermine the ability of the municipality to regulate the siting of such buildings and the conversion of such buildings in ways that may end up undermining the public health, safety, and welfare of the community.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Deb Dubowski? I mean, Del McGee, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Betsy, you know, I've been giving a lot of thought to the discussion we've been having on the engineering firms. And isn't it true that technically most communities, most towns, most municipalities actually put out an RFP for engineering services? And typically they'll work with an engineering firm and, for lack of a better term, get to a point where there's a level of trust. Would you say that's a fair statement?
I'm not sure that that's necessarily accurate. I mean, currently municipalities utilize a qualified lowest responsible bidder procedure. So it's not just based on the low bid. They are requiring that the firms provide information on whether or not they're financially capable, whether they have the competencies and performance history to ensure that the job gets done well. So there are times, however, I know when I've served on a building committee where they do work with a design firm. I don't know if that's the case for every type of project, but I think that they do develop some familiarity, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the firm that's going to be selected to move ahead with the project, because they're still subject to the bid process.
Point well taken. But typically, if a municipality has somebody on call or on staff or contracted, they know within a very short period of time whether that firm can actually handle the work. And my question to you is, if you have a situation where a municipality has somebody already on staff or contracted, why would you want to see it upset with a provision from the legislature pertaining to something like this?
Well, municipalities are required to go out to bid,
right,
for certain size contracts. So even if they decide if they have somebody on staff, or if they have somebody that is they're working with to provide them with some information on design and so forth, architectural issues, they still need to adhere to those bid processes. So I don't think that circumvents it. At least that's been my experience.
So bottom line, good bill or bad bill?
We oppose the bill. Bad bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Betsy, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know that you mentioned SB 1444, commercial to residential, and also think shelter home. So those two bill, I see clearly bill said even though as of right, but still they have to meet the all the, health and public safety code, fire marshal code. I just want to brought up this thing. At this time, I don't see any other question. Thank you for testifying. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome. Thank you. Our next speaker, Samuel Gold. Samuel Gold.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, please proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. My name is Sam Gold. I'm the executive director of RiverCog and a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners and the American Planning Association. I'm here today to speak on 4 bills. I will refer to you to my written testimony that I've submitted for more detail, but I'll summarize. First, I speak in opposition to House Bill 7148, Senate Bill 1444, and House Bill 7063, all of which would allow the by right development of housing of all commercial buildings, commercially zoned land, and motels in Connecticut. RiverCog strongly supports the redevelopment and mixed use in our communities. However, not all commercial properties in the state are compatible with residential uses. Planning and zoning powers are given to municipalities to prevent land use conflicts, respect the rights of residents, and to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. Many commercial uses are not compatible with residential uses, particularly ones that are used hazardous chemicals, create noise, particularly at night, or are adult uses. This bill's by right provision would prevent municipalities from addressing legitimate issues that will arise. Furthermore, there are other policies that municipalities must consider beyond the building and fire codes. For example, DEEP has policies to keep new residential uses out of flood zones. Whereas the flooding of a store or an office is regrettable, the flooding of a house could be a tragedy. These bills would allow existing commercial uses in these flood zones to be redeveloped into housing. Municipalities already have the ability to allow for redevelopment of the right commercial buildings into housing and to allow for mixed use in the right places in their community. In fact, locating mixed use areas is a required component of a municipality's plan of conservation development. A good first start would be to require the implementation of mixed use recommendations by requiring that zoning regulations are consistent with adopted municipal plans. As for motel redevelopment, RiverCog would like to point out that motels are a form of housing. Motels typically are the housing of last resort and play an essential role for many Connecticut residents dealing with emergency situations and are otherwise facing homelessness. Allowing for the by right conversion of motels into apartments or condos would directly impact availability of this form of emergency housing to the most vulnerable in our state. Furthermore, municipalities can already permit the redevelopment of motels into permanent housing, so no additional statute is necessary. The final bill I'd like to speak to is in support of House Bill 7144, which would provide additional funds for COGS to hire regional building inspectors. RiverCog is interested in such a program, but not all COGS need this service. I'd like to point out that building inspections take place in the late in the housing development process, are typically not the choke points to getting new housing planned and permitted. RiverCog and my fellow COG directors would like to ask for a broader definition of a housing support staff person to be employed by the COGs. The exact tasks of this person could then be customized to the needs of the municipalities and regions and the specific impediments to housing development, which may include building inspections. The COGs have been using a portion of their annual regional services grant to work on housing planning, but no COG has had the resources to employ a dedicated housing specialist. This bill would provide for that. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Rep. Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. I was wondering if you could tell me if the as of right conversion from commercial use to residential use is consistent with good planning practices.
So I think as was brought up earlier by John Guskowski from our legislative chair, Euclidean zoning going back 100 years was created to separate conflicting uses and to prevent land use conflicts. There are, of course, issues with Euclidean zoning, but the basics are that you want to prevent conflicts and problems before they arise by separating known potential nuisances. If put in the right places, something like auto body paint shop could be popularly located in a commercial district, but it may not work well next to housing because of the smells and chemicals associated with that. So since this would allow by right redevelopment of every commercial use in the state, it would be impossible for us to to be able to enumerate what potential conflicts there might be caused by this, but we know that they would exist.
So would that be in violation of good planning practices?
I would believe so. And specifically, we do have provisions to allow for special permits and site plan approval, specifically so our local land use commissions can review proposals for redevelopment to avoid these conflicts. But the by right provisions here would circumvent that local land use commission role.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, switching back and forth. Sam, good to see you. I'm sorry, I missed most of your testimony, but I was wondering if you happen to testify in opposition to the conversion of the motels. Okay, good. Then my question would be, do you think when we put in some language last year around nursing homes, it was actually language we worked with CCM on. Is that something that might get us closer to what we're trying to do in terms of conversions?
So I think, there are great opportunities for conversions of motels into more permanent apartments or condos. The concern here is that not every motel is necessarily a good candidate for conversion, specifically ones that are on well and septic, installing kitchens in every unit, which would be required for them to be a dwelling unit, would require more septic and water capacity. This is not ideal, but we do need to recognize the important housing function that motels provide for our state. It is the housing of last resort for many people dealing with family emergencies or disasters or fires. And if we encourage the conversion of motels out of the short-term rentals, into rental apartments or condominiums, there'll be fewer rooms in case of the need for residents of Connecticut. I think understanding how our motels are used today, I think, would be a good first step. And I probably should also just comment that motels and hotels provide an important part of our tourism economy, which is important to the lower Connecticut River Valley as well. So I would like to underscore that we don't have enough hotel rooms in my part of the state. But I do think that I think the ideas of best practices for conversion is something that we could bring forward, potentially with the assistance of the American Planning Association, but also understanding that right now we don't need a statute to do this. Municipalities can permit the conversion. We just need to provide the best practices for them to make the right decisions.
Okay, Representative Mark Muir, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Sam.
Yeah.
I'd just like to thank you for all the good work you do in my district. I have a question about, you were mentioning the fact that some of these hotels aren't attached to municipal water and sewer.
Correct.
And I know, and just to step back, sort of have the 1,000-foot view of this. This comes up a lot, particularly in more rural areas when we're talking about housing. And so I was just wondering, do you have a thought about why high capacity wells and septics couldn't be used on these projects?
There are well and septic technologies that can be used. The issue sometimes is that, particularly, let's say, along the Boston Post Road, Route 1 through the southern part of our region, there is no sewer. It's all on septic. Our motels are generally are older, and they'd be confined to the land that they have. We're not saying that it's not possible to convert these into apartments, but that is going to be a concern for specific projects.
Right, I understand that it's a concern, but would it be a concern that would take everything off the table?
No, obviously not. This is, I think, where the role of municipal land use commissions comes into play. There's nothing preventing an existing motel owner to propose the conversion of their motel into apartments today.
Do you know, in general, in your work, do you know of any sort of plan or just information that would guide a town to see where high capacity wells and septics would be suitable in areas where they might not be?
Yeah. So this is really based on specific geology of the sites that we are considering. So we've been involved in a number of projects about redevelopment of buildings. For example, former Ponds Cold Cream Factory in Clinton needed a new septic system in order to be redeveloped. The town worked on that to figure out what technologies could be used in that situation. We're currently working on 3 transit-oriented development plans around the Shoreline East stations in Clinton, Westbrook, and Old Saybrook, and have a septic engineer as part of that project to identify the parts of the parcels around the train station that could be compatible with subsoil sewerage disposal. As far as a broader analysis of the on-site geology and soils, I am not aware of one, but I think that would be something that would be very beneficial, particularly in the town centers that we're seeking to redevelop and to conduct infill development and increase density.
Right. So this is where a little bit of knowledge can be dangerous.
Yeah,
I've been asking these questions, right? So it seems like it's project specific, where they would look to see if high capacity septic or well could be used. But there's nothing really that says, that kind of looks at the state as a whole and sort of says, maybe like this area you really can't, and this area is better for it. But you think that would be useful, something like that?
Oh, definitely. I'll use as an example. There's the Post and Main Apartments in Old Saybrook, adjacent to the Old Saybrook train station. You'll notice a 3-story apartment building that's right next to the train station. That was made possible by exceptionally good soils for septic in that location. And you're able to fit in more than 100 apartments on one parcel because of the soil that was present there. And so I think the work that needs to be done by an engineer to identify the septic capacity of sites it would be difficult to do a statewide survey, but if we identified, let's say, for example, around all of our Shoreline East stations that don't have sewer, what is the soil capacity to be able to address on-site sewage disposal? And I think that would be a really beneficial project to pursue for transit-oriented development along Shoreline East. So I think if we narrow it down a bit to where we want to encourage development, where we would like to see increased density, then you're starting to get into a scope that could be possible to fund and actually get a useful report out of.
Thank you. And projects that are near, say, municipal sewer lines, municipal water lines, but don't quite connect. Do you think that when you're looking to develop those areas, it would be prudent to say, well, how much would it cost to bring the sewer and the water down versus how much it would cost to do a high density septic and well, and then just pick whichever is cheaper?
I would actually, I think the discussion goes even further than that, is that even if the sewer extension might be more expensive, it might be a good investment of state dollars if it serves, because that extension is probably going to serve other uses along the way. And along the shoreline, we have serious environmental issues with consent decrees about failing septic systems contributing to pollution of Long Island Sound. But the issue is sewer is expensive. But I think there's a number of interests that could be served by sewer extensions, and that should be part of the calculus as well. And it may, in certain places, be a good investment of state resources.
So would you agree that perhaps the technology is sort of catching up with the needs, and that just outright saying, well, we don't have city municipal sewers and waters, so we can't put housing in here, or we can't put a business in there?
So I would say that the technology is actually there. If you have the money, you can build a septic system from almost every situation. The larger public concern here is, do the owners of that system have the wherewithal to maintain it and keep it running? The more advanced these systems, the more maintenance, the more the fewer fail safes there are. So that is what I think one of the concerns with some of the most high tech systems is, that it does require a responsible party to take care of it. And I think there is a municipal concern that that those may fall back to a municipality in case the property owner doesn't. So.
Okay, well, thank you. Again, you're a great resource for our district, and I appreciate you being here today. Madam
Thank
Chair.
you, Representative.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to confirm there's nobody online with questions. We're good. So, oh, so sorry. I missed you. I missed someone. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on the last line of questioning, and thanks for your testimony. It's not clear to me that there's a zoning question in the point you've raised. Isn't this a question about, ultimately, it sounds like, the financial capacity of the property developer to install and maintain the septic system that'd be required to serve the new housing units?
So
Issue.
Well, the bill is a zoning issue, because the bill would require all commercial districts, or, for example, for motels, to be allowed to be converted into housing by right. That would avoid the special permit process of a planning and zoning commission, and it would avoid the review that goes through that process. The details of septic capacity will have to be dealt with by the local health district or health department. They will ultimately have the say there, but it could be one of the reasons why a specific motel may not be able to be redeveloped as housing. I think the point there was to point out that redevelopment of existing motels, many of which date from the 1950s and 60s, will have challenges, and there'll be unique challenges that are going to be different across the state. And by circumventing planning and zoning through the by right provision, it prevents the municipality from taking into consideration, ways of mitigating issues that may come up.
But like you said, wouldn't any of the issues related to solid waste processing and disposal be handled outside of zoning through health and building codes?
Yes.
Okay. So I think one could be concerned about land use conflicts, I think is the language that's been used today, but I don't see the sanitary piece of it being addressed through zoning, other than to preclude development before it could even look at the financial feasibility of a redevelopment opportunity.
So I would push back on that, is that the basis of zoning as a police power comes from the Supreme Court case of Euclid versus Ambler Realty, which identified the public's health, safety, and welfare, and proper disposal of sewage, and also clean drinking water supply are key to the public's health, safety, and welfare. So there is a direct connection there that planning and zoning commissions do take into consideration.
But regardless of that, the whether or not the project ultimately approved would depend on whether it has sufficient sewage capacity, and that's going to happen independent of zoning, correct? There's a check beyond zoning that exists for that.
Right. But so, for example, if you needed space to put in a larger septic system, and you're now you're now eating into required setbacks for neighboring properties, you're now risking cutting down your neighbor's trees. These all very specific issues are what's dealt with the Land Use Commission. And by making this by right, none of those other issues that come up in order to be able to facilitate the septic can be discussed or be used as a grounds for approval or denial. So
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And now really seeing no other questions. Have a nice afternoon.
All right, thank you very much.
Up next, number 22, Mike Glidden, please. And I know you're online.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Mike Glidden. I'm the legislative liaison for the Connecticut Association of Zoning Officials. I want to quickly go over, received a written testimony for us. We oppose House Bill 7063, House Bill 7148, and Senate Bill 1444. I think we've heard a lot of the reasons why. We're in agreement with both our colleagues, John Grzinski and Sam Gold on this. It's just not a good planning process. I also would like to, you will have a written testimony from us on House Bill 7146. That's the legal notice publication bill. We support the change to go to have the ability to post legal notices on the town websites. I know there's been concerns about transparency. I think the bill as presented, we would prefer to just plain remove the legal notices from newspapers and strictly use the town websites, not go through the process of determining what's the which newspaper hits the 15% threshold or not. And remind everyone, I mean, during COVID, we operated under the executive orders where everything was posted online. And if there was a concern about transparency, I would suggest adding in that. So you have your legal notices that are posted online, your agendas, et cetera, but also require the meeting packet and all supporting documentation like we did during COVID. It worked. We saw public participation up through the roof. People knew what was going on. It was easy to follow the commission's actions because everything was posted online. And that was part of the executive order. So I think that COVID, one thing it proved is we can go primarily digital and it works, it's transparent, and the public is still engaged. Lastly, we're just concerned with House Bill 7062. The reason why we're concerned with this is it's very unclear how that's going to really solve an affordable housing need. And the reason why I say this is, I know the chair said earlier that this bill is intended for churches that are already providing these services. The problem is the way the bill is written, you say basically that it's a church, meaning pursuant to statute 4931K, it's a church that's been it's both recognized by the IRS tax code, but it's also recognized as a 501c3. So meaning tomorrow, for example, Mike Glidden can form the Temple of Glidden at his home. And it's an acre property. Some of it's in wetlands, some of it's in floodplain, all kinds of other issues. I could possibly pursue this with no sort of protection if I'm like going to build these structures for temporary individuals. And the other thing is, as is brought up earlier, is the definition temporary. It's a little open. So I think, is it a good concept? Yes. We're just concerned. We're not opposed to that bill, but we're concerned that it's not ready for varsity yet. It's still playing on the JV team. I think you can iron out a few other things. But other than that, I'm here for any questions if anyone has anything on what we've provided.
Perfect timing. Continuing on your last thought. So in terms of temporary, do you have suggestions for language to clarify what you think we intend?
I think it would just be as speaking as one of the individuals that would get a complaint, let's say from a neighbor, that this thing popped up and they're going to have a issue with what exactly does it mean by temporary? Is it 30 days? Is it 90 days? Is it 365? Just that clarification of what does it mean to be temporary housing, and not to try to create an issue where we're creating like sort of a class or structure from a housing perspective, but just clarifying what it means by temporary. Does that answer?
Yep, it does. And then the other piece of it, I was going to say, I understand what you're saying about you could form the Church of Mike tomorrow. I get it. But you would have already had to have had a structure. And that's where we will firm up some of the language, because I believe I'm trying to recall which section this is in. I want to say it's like line 12 to 14 or something to that effect. But I clarify that the structure that's already been providing homeless services, meaning you've provided showers or you have a kitchen where you provide meals, I don't think I do think that some of the clarification is already there, that you couldn't have the Church of Mike tomorrow because you wouldn't automatically have those things in place in a permanent fixed structure, which I think is probably the language that needs to be in there to negate the thought of porta potties or whatever else might have been on people's minds. I think that might be enough, but if you think it needs to be more than that, if you have clarification on that, that would be useful as well.
I agree. Any way to tighten it up in my 20+ years of working in the municipal land use field, I have seen so many situations where I can't even begin to tell you the stories of what people will try. So anything that you can do to clarify this, be totally supportive. I think that's a great step.
Okay. I still think the towns would have a right of refusal on that just because it's not exactly a quick process to form a church either, but and then build a structure and then do all of it. But we will see how we can adjust that. I'm sure Representative Dubitsky must have questions for you. No, not today. Okay. Seeing no other questions at this time. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Up next, we have number 23, Robert Pierston. When you're ready, sir. I believe the mic is already on.
Thank you, Chairman Rahman and Chair Kavros DeGraw and members of the committee. Middletown Democratic Town Committee, which represents about 14,000 Democrats in the city of Middletown, supports passage of HB 7147, an act authorizing municipalities to impose a tax on endowment funds of private institutions of higher education. We support the passage of this measure to benefit the working class residents of Middletown and lessen the tax burden on all our residents. Wesleyan University, with a $1,570,000,000 endowment as of 2024, resides in our city. City of Middletown costs roughly $240 million to run annually. Wesleyan's operating budget is $276 million. It gives you an idea of the scale. This tax on Wesleyan's endowments would allow the town to appropriate funds as they see fit. Wesleyan uses city resources without paying taxes. If and when there are fires on the Wesleyan campus, Middletown fire departments will respond. If and when there are crimes on the Wesleyan campus, Middletown Police Department responds. Goods and services being delivered to Wesleyan use roads that are maintained by our city. While Yale University is working to improve disparities by contributing to the city of New Haven, and we heard earlier how Fairfield University and the town of Fairfield have a very beneficial working relationship. This bill in no way requires towns and cities to tax the endowments of institutes of higher education in their cities. Doesn't require it, and I can't imagine the city of New Haven or the town of Fairfield imposing such a tax. But when there's a disparity, when Wesleyan purchases a property, it's removed from the city's grand list. The city suffers when properties are purchased and left vacant, neither allowing taxes to be collected or providing services. And this is not an uncommon occurrence in Middletown. It occurred recently when Wesleyan purchased and left vacant a former preschool facility on William Street. We, as a town committee, support HB 7147 as a matter of basic fairness for the residents of our town. And we ask that you consider the potential positive impacts for communities like ours. Thank you for your time. I will attempt to answer any questions. I am neither an attorney nor a city official. I'll do my best.
Thank you. And hopefully members will go gently. First up, we have Representative Chafee online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank you, Robert, for the work you did on this and staying with us today to testify. Definitely appreciate your support. one of the data points that you highlighted was kind of shocking to me is that Wesleyan's operating budget is more than the city of Middletown, despite us providing them services, which is just kind of mind-boggling to me when you consider all the obligations that a city has between education and senior services, community service, things of that nature. So I found that highlighting that was just quite illuminating to me. But I don't have any questions. I just wanted to thank you for your testimony and for being here today.
Thank you, Brandon.
Any further questions? Seeing none at this time, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next, number 24, Mike DeLuca. Okay, he is not testifying. Then up next, number 25, Zach McEwen.
Good afternoon, members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Zachary McEwen. I'm an advocacy manager with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I wanted to concentrate my time on the various as-of-right proposals that are in front of us today. The first one I wanted to go over is HB 7062, which CCM has concerns about, as the legislation would allow temporary structures as of right. While the proposal does grant municipalities the ability to prescribe and prohibit certain aspects of the bill, they are limited in scope, and we have concerns about the public health and safety implications of the bill. And we are also concerned that the 25,000 population threshold, which is in the bill, shifts the concentration of homeless individuals and also refugees to other areas of the state, which would place additional strains on local resources. I know this is a huge issue within Connecticut, and we would recommend appropriating more funds to shelters and beds to fund more support services. There may not be some people that avail themselves to this opportunity or to these opportunities, but we believe that more investment in these services and shelters would be helpful locally. CCM would also like to briefly comment on the as-of-right proposals, which includes SB 144, HB S1 or 7148, and HB 7063. These bills share the same objective through similar mechanism, promoting residential development and including multifamily and mixed-use projects through as-of-right zoning. CCM believes it's best to go through the regular zoning process and permitting processes, as these bills do not take into account various other factors, including surrounding areas, housing type, density, and possibly even the possibility of converting certain properties, to name a few. We think that this should be really considered on a case-by-case basis and planned locally. And CCM would also want to mention and also supports the Governor Lamont's proposed Grayfield Revitalization Program, which is a proposed program this year that would have $50 million to help finance the conversion of empty commercial buildings into new uses. And we believe that this is a good incentive-based approach to convert these vacant buildings. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you very much. I am not seeing any questions at this time. Zach, appreciate it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for hanging in. Up next, Lisa Madden from the Connecticut Tax Collector Association. Number 26, for those keeping track at home. Fantastic. 3 minutes.
There we go. Thank you very much.
Just so I can clarify for everybody at home, number 29 will be joining number 26, and that is Adam Cohen, both from the Connecticut Tax Collectors.
Thank you, Chairperson Karen McGraw and respected committee members. My name is Lisa Madden, and I'm the president of the State of Connecticut Tax Collectors Association. Next to me is Adam Cohen from Pullman and Conley. He's one of the co-authors of the bill that we have here in front of you, 7154, that we respectfully request your support. an act concerning revisions to statutes relating to municipal collection. This is the first comprehensive review of municipal tax collection in over 12 years. This tax bill was worked in association with OPM, COST, CCM, and CAAO. You'll find many of their written testimonies online as well as in person here today. This bill has 24 sections. I know it's lengthy. That's primarily technical revisions, including the replacement of the word photostat, due dates for WPCAs to charge the beginning and the end of the month, consistency in language refunds to be consistent throughout the entire statutes. Imagine that, having all the same language, as well as allowing other certain things. My written testimony speaks to all 24 sections, as well as many of the members of the tax collectors community. I would like to take my in-person testimony to focus on section 12, if you don't mind. Section 12 has two changes here that we're requesting that can help a taxpayer avoid incurring an interest charge. So first, for tax collectors, U.S. postmark is currently accepted as the date received by. Many businesses use a meter mark, and many times the post office will not endorse a meter mark. So we are respectfully requesting that in the absence of a U.S. postmark, we can accept a meter mark. And that'll help many businesses in their payments. The second one, currently the law states we can waive interest charges to those who have received compensation under Chapter 968 as a crime victim. To date, I am fortunate enough not to have ever met one of those people. But I have met several people over the last several years who have had their checks stolen out of the mail. They come to our offices with all sorts of documentations, proof that they tried to make a timely payment, money was taken out of their account before the due date. And I have to say, I'm sorry, because you don't fall under Chapter 968 as a crime victim, I cannot waive interest. I have a very hard time dealing with that in my office, and I respectfully request, along with all my colleagues, to accept a police report when a payment was criminally intercepted as a mean for waive interest. A check has been washed. It's out of the taxpayer's hand. So once again, there's many written testimonies online. Please feel free to review. But overall, these changes are to increase efficiency in municipal revenue collection with minimal amendments. So I urge you to support in favor of House Bill 7154, and I thank you for your time. Adam, did you want to add anything?
The only thing, excuse me, thank you for allowing us to testify today. The only thing that I would add is that this bill also expands some existing programs which would be very beneficial for both tax collectors and taxpayers. For example, it would expand a voluntary scholarship donation program, purely voluntary on the behalf of the taxpayer. It would allow small dollar taxes to be paid in one installment instead of multiple installments, which take more time and effort for the tax collector to process. It would expand an existing program that allows towns to file just one piece of paper to record all of the tax delinquency liens in town instead of one for each property. It would still come up the same way. The tax debtors would still get the exact same notices, but just one piece of paper instead of one for every one. This bill is supported by CCM, OPM, COST, and the Connecticut Tax Collectors Association. We urge that it passes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions at this time, but we appreciate your testimony and the very, oh, I'm so sorry, Representative Dubinsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in. This is a pretty stacked bill. It's got a lot of stuff in it, a lot of changes. I know you rattled through some of the highlights in your initial testimony. Is there anything here that would help a homeowner after a property is sold on a tax sale, such as a longer redemption period or anything in here that deals with after the sale?
The only things in here that would relate to that are, there's one that just clarifies the procedure for postponing a sale. So that would just change the date, but it just clarifies how the law already allows it to be rescheduled. This just clarifies how and when those notices are sent. There's also a provision in the bill that would expand the program where right now, after the sale, A lien holder is allowed to pay off the tax to redeem it, to cancel the sale retroactively, and encourages them to do that by giving them tax level interest and priority. This bill would expand that option of the lien holder to also do it before the sale happens, because that's a better time to cancel the sale than afterward. So this bill would do that. It would expand it for that purpose.
Okay, anything about, let's say a homeowner has a lien that just foreclosed and the sale takes place, but rather than pay, they can establish that the lien was wrong, that they'd already paid the bill. Is there anything in this bill or that addresses something like that?
Nothing in this bill makes that harder, easier, changes that at all. There are existing procedures. The statute actually explains that during the redemption period, what someone can do is they can either pay off the tax in order to apply for a refund afterward. And there's an entire statutory procedure for showing that the tax lien or the tax debt was wrong. But usually those things are done long before it gets to a tax sale process. Usually as soon as they get the letters that tell them, they're required to receive 4 notices before the auction happens. And those 4 notices are going to warn them, if you want to contest this, now's the time.
And that procedure is not affected by this bill?
This bill does not change it in any way. Okay. This bill is really intended to be almost entirely technical changes.
Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to highlight in this bill before you're finished?
No, I think that covers it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hold on, Representative Delacy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to direct your attention to lines 282 through 284. The delinquent portion of the principal of any tax shall be subject to the interest rate of, and this is deleted, 18% per year. And what is added to replace that, 1 1/2% for each month or fraction thereof from the time when it becomes due. That is basically the same thing as 18%. It's sort of like, try to think of a nice way to put this, having a pumpkin and dressing it up and making it look like it's a giraffe.
The reason we propose this language is because we will get people demanding that we calculate the interest on a daily basis. They'll say, I want to pay less if I pay Tuesday instead of Wednesday. And so we propose this language to make clear it's monthly and isn't going to be broken up daily. And it conforms to the other statutes that say per month. But for some reason here, it just talks about 18% per annum, which I know mathematically is the same, but people will contest saying, I want to pay a daily rate.
So it sort of goes back to a discussion we've been having here, and you probably have heard me make the discussion point of the fact that 18% interest or 1 1/2% every month for a year is a horrendous interest rate when you think about the fact that that was established back during Reagan and Carter, because we had hyperinflation. And we've been discussing for quite a while here the concept of going back to, say, 12%. So my question to you is, why can't you live with 12%?
If I may, when you go home tonight, open up your mailbox, take out every single bill from everyone that you do business with, landscapers, dentists, anybody, and look at the late charge. If it's not paid within 30 days, what do you pay? And I'll bet you dollars to donuts, it's 1.5% per month for everybody. This is not a loan. Taxes are not a loan. This has nothing to do with usury. The rate if you pay a tax on time is 0. This is a late charge. And it's comparable to the late charge for across industries, across bills, across creditors, all over the country. It's 1.5% per month. That's why we would propose keeping it at 1.5%, because it's an inducement to pay on time, which if they do, it's 0.
So if a person is treading water, and I use that as a philosophical term of somebody that's in trouble trying to pay their rent, their bills, their taxes. It seems counterintuitive to say that 18% if you can't afford to pay your bills is an encouragement when you're already treading water versus 12, which might be more manageable.
So there are a number of programs that already exist, both in the statutes and at the local level with a local option for giving relief to people who are either in financial distress or that are in the military or that are elderly or that qualify for other programs. Those all exist, and they will either reduce the tax itself or the interest or both. There's also going to be the important concept of if they're treading water and they're going to pick and choose which bills they're going to pay, we believe that the state's policy should be your taxes should be paid first and not the other bills. So if they're picking and choosing between a 1.5% interest rate for everybody else and a lower rate for taxes, they're going to make the very intelligent decision to not pay their taxes. And we believe that's just not the proper policy. But in any event, it's not raised in this bill. All we're doing here is just changing the language to make clear it's monthly rather than annual.
You know, it's interesting, as a former mayor, former deputy mayor, former town council member, I've been wanting to see this brought down to a reasonable level. And it's interesting because we've had this bill in a number of committees, and Connecticut bankers, they actually testified that 6% was the right rate, what it should be. 12%, I think, is a good compromise. And I would hope that if we do go forward with this piece of legislation, we do address that issue pertaining to 12% as opposed to 18%. And this is coming from somebody who was a municipal leader before they came up here. I just wanted to raise that flag and point that out, that I'm concerned about if you're going to go and you're going to do all these things that we've heard from a colleague of mine here, that we should also take a look at that. The fact that 18% interest versus 12% interest, and the fact that 18% interest was actually put in place back in the 80s. And at this point, it is, in my opinion, a very high rate, and that should be addressed down to 12. But thank you for coming forward, and thank you for your testimony. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to say a couple of words.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. That's it for, oh, so sorry, Representative Winter.
All right, keep getting with these follow-up questions. Thank you, Madam Chair. You said go home, look at your bills, but have you all looked like more broadly, or is there publicly available information about late fee interest rates and what the prevailing market rates are? I guess what I'm saying is you're saying you don't want to be at a lower interest rate than all of these other invoices or bills that people have to pay. But do you have any information beyond asking us to go home and look at our dentist bill?
To be perfectly frank, I prepared for this legislation, not for interest rate
I think
changes.
we are, point of order to just everybody, I think we are getting off topic.
Okay.
So I was trying to be polite, but now we're getting real far afield of this specific bill.
No worries. I can follow with you up.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm just curious.
Thank you.
Sometimes that happens when we have experts before us. We wish we had seen more of you in the hearing that was about the 18 to 12. Thank you so much. Have a lovely afternoon. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Number 27, Eric Kraus.
Hello. Hello, Chairpersons Kavros DeGraw and Senator Rahman and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Eric Prouse from Manchester, Connecticut. I'd like to clarify today that I'm speaking on behalf of myself today, and these opinions are my own. That being said, I have served on the Manchester Planning and Zoning Commission for 18 years now, including the last 13 years as chair, and I'm here today to discuss SB 1444, HB 7148, and HB 7063, all of which facilitate the conversion of various commercial properties into residential uses as of right. In Manchester, we currently have a very diverse range of multifamily residential uses, with 14% of our housing stock already defined as affordable housing. However, in town, we continue to implement conversion pathways to expand residential housing opportunities. Our town regulations have allowed for conversion of mill properties to residential units since the 1980s. And in the last 5 years, we further updated our zoning regulations to permit conversions of hotels, motels, and former schools into housing. Many of the negative potential impacts and safety concerns that are associated with multifamily residential uses are already addressed through building code minimum requirements. However, in our experience in Manchester, we've identified some other key lessons that have shaped our approach to how we convert from commercial to residential. We have some additional requirements for our conversions, such as requiring that the minimum lot size be no less than the lot of record that were being reviewed. Any new additions or renovations to building must comply with the existing zone height limitations in that zone. Any new additions or renovations must comply with the minimum yard requirements. There must be adequate garbage storage provided on the site, and there must be landscaping, fencing, or buffering requirements in place for any abutting residential properties that are similar to other parts of the zoning regulation. We also look at lighting to make sure that they're arranged so they do not shine onto neighboring properties or cause any glare nuisances. We require that there must be recreation areas on site that meet at least 20% of the gross floor area of the project, and at least 50% of that has to be located outdoors. And of course, that any public utility standards be met when it comes to emergency access, water supply, and wastewater treatment. So utilizing the as of right pathway does remove the public hearing process for these conversions. In my experience, most of the public hearing comments that you hear on residential conversions relate to traffic, parking, and school overcrowding. However, the traffic impacts for these projects tend to be lower for adaptive use projects than the prior commercial use, and excessive parking requirements create inefficiencies and wasted space. By implementing the policies that we have in these proposed bills today, we can foster diverse housing opportunities and repurpose vacant properties into thriving communities. The practical concerns that I talked about related to building heights and setbacks and waste management and screening of neighbors, recreation and lighting are all effectively addressed right now in local zoning regulations, but they should be considered as additional considerations or requirements in this bill. So based on my personal experience in Manchester, commercial to residential conversions are both successful and an important tool in improving Connecticut's housing stock. I really strongly encourage the committee to consider these recommendations to facilitate such conversions. And thank you for your time and consideration. And I welcome any questions or feedback that you have.
Thank you so much. I believe Senator Rahman has something for you.
Eric, thank you. I don't have any question, but I just wanted to thank you for everything you do for Manchester. I know very long time you are serving on planning and zoning board in Manchester. And of course, I want to sit down with you, want to learn a little more about this bill, see anything we need to change or need to add, whatever it is, because I know you have a lot of experience, many years you were there. And previously, I met with you a number of occasions, planning and zoning issue. So I'd love to sit down with you when you have a times and go over with the bill again. And again, thank you, Eric. Thank you for being here today with us and sharing your thought and idea. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in. Can you just list for me you said 3 bills. Which are the 3 bills?
Yeah, so they're the 3 that are the 3 raised bills right now that are in the committee. It says Senate Bill 1444, House Bill 7148, and House Bill 7063.
Okay. Are you for them or against them?
I'm for them. I think that there's some things that are not talked about, like just making sure that they comply with existing height, setback, screening requirements, and recreational uses. I think those are things that we've found in Manchester that practically residents are looking for and abutting neighbors really appreciate. And I think if you just adopt it as of right, then there's no way to add those types of restrictions or requirements. So I think that there's a way to simply put in those types of things as criteria that must be met in the statute. But I think that overall I support the idea. I think it's been very successful in our town, and I think other towns could do it too.
Do you think it's important to have sewers in order to do these conversions?
That's not something that I'm very familiar with. I know other towns struggle with that as a requirement, and practically it is something that needs to be considered. I'm not sure the best way how to do that in towns that don't have public sewers, though.
Okay. Do you think it's important to have police protection in those areas?
It's possible. That's something that I'm not really familiar with on my end.
Okay. Think it's important to have social services?
Yes. What kind of social services are you thinking of?
Well, like some type of counseling or things like that. If you're going to turn a building that previously had maybe 10 employees into a place that could be several hundred residents, do you think it's important to have some type of, aging social services or mental health services or anything like that that's typical of a large populated area?
Depends. I know there's lots of supportive housing opportunities that that buildings do. I think it really depends on the clientele. If this is a market rate unit, or then I don't think that's necessary. If you're looking at some type of supportive housing process or elderly housing process, then those would be considerations.
And what about transportation? Is it important to have transportation to and from these areas?
I think it really depends on the site. I think it's one of the difficulties that we deal with in zoning is excessive parking requirements. I think it can really inhibit the vibrancy of a neighborhood and waste space more than it needs to. That was something I know in our town, we do have parking requirements for these type of multifamily units, but I think it really, in general, it's not the best practice to do. I think in a lot of these situations, you're dealing with adaptive reuse of properties that do already have parking, and I think that any reasonable developer that's looking to transition this property into residential is going to look at that when they do the site plan. I think it can be problematic for a zoning body to get too far into dictating how much parking is required. I think in these types of developments specifically, there usually is existing parking that's sufficient.
Okay, so like you said, it depends on the specific site, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and who makes that assessment? Typically the zoning commission, right?
Yeah, typically it's zoning. I think we have a crisis in Connecticut when it comes to housing, and I don't want to diminish that, but I also think that it's important when a developer is developing to make that kind of consideration. I think it would be impractical and unwise to have too much of a development of that property, and I think it's generally taken into consideration by the developer themselves to do that. I think it can be problematic if you start relying too much on parking or requiring too much parking when it comes to these type of developments. So I'd recommend not having that as part of any bill.
Right, but in all these cases, it's sort of site specific with regard to location, topography, services, transportation, roads, access, all types of things, right?
Yes, that's true. And it's up to this committee to decide whether or not parking should be a part of that. I think in general, there's some guidelines that you could introduce into the bill. I don't think that's probably the most important thing. I think parking in general is something that's manageable by the developer when they're creating the property.
Well, we're not talking about parking. We're talking about conversion of a commercial building into a residential building. So all those different aspects are all generally considered by the Planning and Zoning Commission, right?
Yes, that's correct. Currently, it is now. Every municipality would have that as part of their zoning regulations or part of their decision.
Right, and under this bill, all those considerations would essentially be taken away from the zoning commission because the developer could do it as of right.
That's correct. I think a developer would be looking at that as a practicality when they're developing a site And so I think I put that on the developer to do. I think it's all about values and what you are looking to accomplish through the bill. I think there's a lot of value in the bill of trying to make this more of an ability to do. I think that there is existing parking in all of these places that would be part of the conversions. So I think it's a more of a minor detail in comparison to the larger value that you get about these conversions.
Yeah, I'm not talking about parking. I'm talking about conversion from commercial to residential. Typically, those decisions are made by elected or appointed members of the community, many of which have been in the community all their lives. And instead, by making it as of right, you're giving that decision to somebody who likely doesn't live in town and may never have stepped foot in town. Don't you think that's a problem?
Yes, and that's a consideration I think I've struggled with on my commission, for the last decade and a half. And I think, though, that we do have a significant problem when it comes to housing availability in this state. And I think the recommendations that I made in my testimony today would really help to remove a lot of those concerns that you have about practical use of how a site is developed.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Up next, at least I'm just looking to my left to make sure nobody else. I'm so sorry. I do have Representative Gucker online for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and sorry I couldn't be there in person today. When we deal with these as of rights and when we deal with this particular project, I have some reservations on this, but I also understand, and I want to see if you can confirm this. When we're dealing with these as of rights, don't these projects still have to meet local environmental and ECI requirements, and don't they have to meet plan of conservation requirements? And aren't there still traffic studies and other things that these projects would have to adhere to in order to even be considered?
Yeah, there are minimum requirements in building code, and there's generally public improvement standards that would still be required by a town for any type of use. When you're looking at conversions from commercial and other adaptive reuse, those risks are really minimized because you already have traffic studies. I don't want to speak generally, but in general, they're in line with what the existing use is. Usually, if it's a commercial building, you do have traffic going in and out, so you already have a lot of that infrastructure already designed. There are concerns about water usage and wastewater output that are trickier to manage. But I think in general, the reason why it's attractive to look at this instead of a new site is that generally you're going into distressed properties that are not used currently, or parcels that are just no longer feasible in the commercial market. And I think, with commercial properties going through a 30 or 40-year cycle, you get to a spot where you have these uses that are no longer applicable or the market's changed. And this is a really good tool to use to convert to residential.
And if I can follow up, would you see this to be a tool that would also maybe deal with brownfield remediation projects and maybe taking some of that negative space and turning it into something a little more usable?
That's something I'm not very familiar with. I don't think I can comment on that.
Okay, well, thank you again. I just wanted to double check that, we are still going to have traffic study requirements. We're still going to have environmental impact requirements. We're still going to have some of those other quality of life issues that would still have to be applied. So not all of the regulations are basically being flushed out, so to speak, but it gives more opportunities for the community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And just as a reminder, certainly to everyone watching at home and committee members and everyone in the audience, I thought we had a really good explanation earlier from Sean Gio of what as of right is not, which it's not anything goes. So just want to reiterate that because that does come up quite a bit on this committee as if it's just a free for all and and that's not how that works. So thank you so much for being with us. I am seeing no other questions at this time. Up next, number 28, Mark Colville, please. Colville. I'm so sorry if I got that wrong. Please join us. Just don't forget to turn on your mic when you sit down. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, got me? Okay. Thanks. My name is Mark Colville, and I'm here in support of HB 7062, an act concerning temporary shelter units for persons experiencing homelessness or refugees and affordable housing developments located on real property owned by religious organizations. It would be accurate to identify me as the initiator of a backyard encampment for the unhoused on Rosette Street in New Haven, which very quickly became a micro neighborhood of mutual aid and now has transformed into the Rosette Neighborhood Village, which rather than go into details about that, I do have a bunch of very informative brochures here that I'd welcome the opportunity to distribute to you all and anybody else in the room.
If you just leave those behind, we'll deal with them with the
Sure,
clerk.
okay.
Thanks so much.
If nothing else, this should disabuse us all of the notion that we have people living in Connex boxes, whatever that refers to. First of all, I feel the need to really frame this discussion, maybe reframe it, I don't know. But it seems to me most expedient to begin from my perspective and the perspective of my neighborhood with the fact that homelessness is an emergency, okay? And the emergency is tonight, okay? I could accurately describe the neighborhood in which I've been a homeowner for the past 33 years as being in a state of emergency, okay? A year ago, in 2023, I guess it was, that the governor of our state declared homelessness to be a public health emergency. We are bearing the brunt of that in the Hill. So I wanted to make sure that we understand that homelessness is an emergency. The emergency is tonight, and where I live and neighborhoods like mine, we are in a state of emergency. Quickly, I want to kind of address some of I had the benefit of being here all day, so to hear some of the concerns around this bill. I thought I'd just use whatever time I have to kind of address those and then welcome any questions. Yeah, first of all, one of the concerns I have about the bill is that it makes a distinction between homeless and refugee, okay? And you know what I think? If unhoused people in New Haven had the status of refugee, first of all, their lives would be incredibly improved. And secondly, the shelter system in New Haven would be illegal, okay? They do a scheduled eviction every morning at 6:30, similar to how the state of Connecticut does a scheduled eviction of about 24 people from the train station in New Haven every night. Those people are evicted every day with sort of an unspoken directive to scatter and disappear. And in New Haven, there are basically two neighborhoods where they scatter and disappear. I live in one of them. It's called the Hill neighborhood of New Haven, which gets me to community control. Seems to me that whenever we talk about making any kind of change towards service of low-income people in general, but specifically about affordable housing, the immediate concern and the overriding concern, it seems, is always community control. And yet from our perspective, you know, community control only seems to apply to the more, let's say, the relatively more privileged communities in our state. When we start talking about it in stressed neighborhoods, really, is that time already? Stressed neighborhoods like ours, suddenly community control doesn't mean much. Case in point, we got zoning approval for this, okay? This was an expression based on the testimony of the people, the surrounding neighbors, not only immediately surrounding, but the entire neighborhood testified on our behalf, and this was approved by the zoning committee. Okay. The mayor subsequently did an end around and declared these buildings unsafe based on the building code. And that has to do with the fact that the building code simply needs to open a category in which this model of housing, which is obviously essentially needed, is respected. Okay.
I'm gonna have to cut you off there.
Yeah,
Ken.
yeah.
I'm sure you'll get questions that you'll be able to weave some other things in.
Mhm.
So just to explain a little bit of the iteration of the bill and why the word refugee appears in there at all. In my community, the Avon and Canton VFW were actually working with a Afghan refugee family. He was a translator for our United States Army, and so they were in the process of sponsoring him in association with IRIS of Connecticut. And the challenge was that they were having trouble finding housing, and because they were categorized differently as refugees according to the political definition, which I could read but won't. According to that definition, they did not meet the definition of homeless. And so that was why that piece was put in there, specifically around places like rectories, convents, places that could physically house for up to 180 days the homeless, but we're not allowed to do that for refugees, even though as refugees, they are homeless. So
I understand,
I
and I still felt the need to make that distinction because the way we treat unhoused people in this state, essentially, according to our policy, they're not recognized as people. People who live in tents are not recognized as tenants, okay? They don't have the status of personhood. This bill would not completely cure that, but it certainly would go a long way towards doing that.
And I think you'll see more of that in our housing committee this year as well, in terms of trying to move things forward. I do see that Representative Rader has a question for you online, so I'm going to go to her first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mark, it's good to see you. I had the privilege of visiting you guys last year and seeing the reality of what you have created there in New Haven. And to your point, I really hope that this bill can kind of advance the work that you do and identify safe and successful ways to accomplish what you have been doing there for almost 30 years. I just wanted to recognize the important work you're doing and your advocacy. And just to ask you, when you kind of came against that, I'm curious around the like definitions and zoning, because it may be something that we get some pushback on. And so do you have some suggestions around that language for zoning, or how we could make it more amenable for communities and municipalities to update their zoning to accommodate for what you've done in New Haven?
That might be a little outside my area of expertise. However, my friend Colleen Shaddix is going to be testifying shortly, and she might be able to speak more directly to the zoning thing. But as it relates to community control, I think it's essential to understand that, I identify as a Catholic trying to be a Christian. I'm not connected necessarily into the networks of mosques and temples and synagogues in my city. However, I can tell you that, well, first of all, churches are the community. Churches are located in the community. They have a posture of neighborliness and service toward the community in any neighborhood, right? Number one. And number two, the idea, and we're talking about whatever the term about, anything goes, right? Well, I would be hard pressed to find 3 churches in the city of New Haven that would currently even consider doing a project like this, which is to say that churches are not wealthy developers who move into my neighborhood, and because they have the resources, they can decide, or they can influence decisions on how the land is used. Churches are the community, okay? It's as simple as that. And so not only are they the community, but they have a long-term stake in the community. And as I always say, when the city opens up a shelter, for instance, it tends to be a jail, okay? Because they lead with security and they use a criminal justice model. When a church opens up emergency shelter for the unhoused, it usually becomes a community a community of mutual support. And that's how people get back on their feet. The people that live in our backyard are unable to access the shelter system. They're unable, many of them are unable to sit in this room all day, which is what I begged them to do because I wanted people to come and give personal testimony from those tiny homes. But, you know, the kinds of trauma and anxiety that people carry with them make it impossible for them to sit in this room or even to be in a crowd of people. And so, and yet the shelter system in New Haven remains the only legally sanctioned option for somebody who can't afford an apartment tonight to exist. Okay. I mean, you could say, well, you can double up on your neighbor's couch, but even that has implications for landlords, right? So anyway, any other question?
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Dubitsky, anything? No? Oh, okay. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mark, for your testimony. And I would just echo what Representative Rader said about wanting to acknowledge and recognize all the work that you've done and all the advocacy and attention you've brought to this issue. Thank you.
And thank you. And I would add that if you want to see that there's a documentary on CPTV that's coming out on the 18th. You can be accessed right now online, which unpacks a lot of the issues that have been discussed around this bill. So it would direct people to that.
I just want to thank you for testifying today and for providing us with sort of some clarification on the fact that the Planning and Zoning Commission had approved those and that people actually wanted to help. And I guess my last question would be, are you seeing people transition from those shelters that aside from the horrible turning off the electricity that happened this summer, are you seeing them transition into housing? If they are, and if they're not, what is the reason why they aren't?
They are transitioning into housing. I think with electricity turned on and with a little bit more support in terms of infrastructure, which is non-existent coming from the city at this point, we could be much more effective at that. But I would say since the tiny homes were built in October of 2023, I can point to half a dozen people who have gotten apartments at least, and maybe Colleen would know more about that. But yeah, it definitely is appearing to us as a pathway, partly because once you have again, it's like a micro neighborhood, then you can start to locate services there, okay? And if you talk to anybody in the social service industry, particularly with regard to unhoused people, the 85% of the problem is finding people, okay? We have in our situation, we have a street medical team that shows up every Tuesday morning with a huge van that's a doctor's office. And so people are immediately treated for what's ailing them. There's Narcan available. There's, addiction services and all of that. So, once once we do away with this mandate for people to scatter and disappear, then we can really start to address the homelessness issue in a way that it might actually be solved, okay? And let's not forget that when it comes to zoning laws and building codes, 100 years old, they did not anticipate, homelessness as a permanent condition in our society. Something needs to be done, okay? And in my mind, churches and religious-based communities are an excellent place to start.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Frank DeFelice. Are you online? I believe you are. When you're ready, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
You can.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, distinguished senators and representatives of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Frank DeFelice. I currently serve as chairperson of the Regional Planning Commission for the Lower Connecticut River Valley Council of Governments, RiverCog, which represents 17 Connecticut municipalities, and as the chairperson of the Planning and Zoning Commission for the town of Durham, Connecticut. A couple of bills I'd like to touch on. I'm going to start with HB 7062, an act concerning temporary shelter units for persons experiencing homelessness. Although we strongly support measures which help to put a roof over people's head, As it is currently written, this bill would provide little relief, as most of these temporary structures do not meet the current state building, energy efficiency, and/or fire codes for habitable dwellings. Ideally, the state's building, energy, and fire codes would contain significant exemptions for panelized and manufactured habitable dwellings of less than 400 square feet when they are constructed in compliance with the guidelines published by national and internationally recognized organizations. Although Appendix AQ in the Connecticut State Building Code does offer some relief, this relief is primarily focused on dimensional requirements for stairs, ceiling height, and the like, and does not provide relief for many other requirements, such as wall thickness, foundation, insulation values, and so forth, to comply with the current energy codes. Building officials are likely to deny construction or placement of these buildings because of these factors. To make this bill work, we are hopeful that the language in lines 68 through 70 and 109 through 111, which require compliance with all state building and fire codes, can be revised, perhaps to permit the use of these buildings when they are constructed in accordance with the published guidelines from organizations such as the Metal Building Manufacturers Association, Guideline G6 on Advanced Panelization for Buildings from the International Code Council, Panelized Home Building Council of National Association of Home Builders, or Structural Insulated Panel Association, as opposed to just strictly state building codes. The next bill I would testify on is support for HB 7147, an act authorizing municipalities to impose a tax on endowment funds. We strongly support this bill, which recognizes and attempts to redress the inequitable fiscal impacts of these currently tax-exempt institutions on our municipalities. I think you heard earlier many reasons why some of these tax-exempt organizations and institutes of higher education have enormous wealth, and they impose quite a bit of demand on the municipalities. Finally, opposition to SB 1445, an act authorizing municipalities to exempt motor vehicles from property taxation. We strongly oppose SB 1445, which is an inequitable attempt to transfer the taxes associated with persons owning motor vehicles only to persons who own homes or other real property. These homeowners already have great difficulty paying their property taxes. Thank you for this opportunity to submit testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. I am not seeing any questions at this time. We appreciate your testimony. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you very much.
Afternoon. I'm ahead of myself. Next, number 31, Bridget Prince, please. Hallelujah. You sat here all day. I believe the microphone's already on. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Co-Chair, Raman, ranking members, distinguished members. Thank you for this opportunity right now to come before you. It is definitely a privilege and an honor. I submitted a written testimony, and I am talking about House Bill to raise bill. Oh, let me find the bill I'm talking about. It is well, let me just paraphrase what the bill is. It's the bill regarding Port East Side in East Hartford. I'm going to read just a quick excerpt from my testimony. Please feel free to read the rest of it. Again, my name is Bridget Prince. I am a resident of the town of East Hartford. In fact, my family roots goes back to World War II. My family came here from rural Georgia, was provided great opportunities to work in factories, specifically Pratt & Whitney, and it gave my family a different life. We started back in Georgia, and my grandparents lived a life of sharecroppers. So I just wanted to establish my relationship with East Hartford. I think that's important. Okay, so I am here today to ask this body to add substitute language to House Bill 7153, an act concerning the establishment of the Port East Side Infrastructure Improvement District in the town of East Hartford, Connecticut. While the establishment of a district is not new in Connecticut, the language in this bill is detrimental to the town's economic growth and to its taxpayers. The Port Side Development Team consists of several multimillionaires. With a wonderful vision for the riverfront, this private luxury apartment and condo development will be an exclusive gated community. Herein lies the problem. First, I want to emphasize private and not a public development. Next, the language for the proposed district exempts these multimillionaires from paying property taxes. And in the bill, beginning at line 476, and it's in quotes, letter K, the district and all its receipts, revenues, incomes, and real and personal property shall be exempt from taxation and benefit assessments, and the district shall not be required to pay any tax, excise, or assessment to or from the state or any of its political subdivisions. But why not? East Hartford property taxpayers are not exempt. In fact, taxpayers were just informed that the mill rate has increased again. Sadly, 98.8% of property owners with a net income of $20,000 are paying more than 30% of their income on household expenses in the town of East Hartford. May I finish my last paragraph? On the other hand, is the town of East Hartford collecting taxes on these properties currently owned by the Port East Side Development Team? There's 4 properties, and as far as we know, they're not even being taxed. With that being said, I am requesting that the state provide complete oversight of the district and the town. The town has a history of favoring wealthy developers while overtaxing property owners and ignoring the dire needs of the outdated infrastructures of its public work facilities and fire stations. Even more damning is the fact that the wealthy Port East Side District is not required to pay taxes. This unwarranted benefit to the district will cause greater stress on public safety and public works. And I just want to add lastly that there's also a provision in the beginning of this bill that says voters of the district, not the town, but the district are allowed to petition for a referendum, but that just ostracizes everybody else in the town. So this whole language in here, which will actually give these wealthy developers a district, it kind of cocoons them from everything else in the town while they're still benefiting from the services, but not paying for them.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
That first piece about the referendum, and I can't say this for sure, but OLR may be able to correct me on this if I'm incorrect. I believe the referendum has to be in there because they are a separate district. I think it's just part of, you would need for them to be able to have some governance structure. I could be wrong about that,
Okay.
but I think that might be part of that. So Representative Delnicki has some questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's great to see you there.
Great to see you,
We've had a
Representative
number of
Delnicki.
issues that we've been battling over. You
Like
might say.
like sewage
Yeah.
overflows.
Like sewage in the north end of Hartford.
Yes.
Okay. And we're seeing a light at the end of the tunnel, and it's not a train, which is a good thing. So specifically, let me ask you, what would you want specifically in a referendum?
I would want it to be established before the ink dries on this paperwork for this to become a district, that the district is required to pay property taxes to the town of East Hartford. I'm concerned because historically, you've had developers come in, and wealthy developers, and if I can give you a specific example, we had the Showcase Cinemas on, where you can see it on 84 if you're driving 84 east or west, specifically 84 east. That property was sold, 26 acres was sold to a wealthy developer for $1. It has now been about 4 years that the town of East Hartford has been waiting for the developer to provide proof that they have a loan. So there's been no building whatsoever. Maybe a year and a half after this agreement was made, the former mayor decided to impose penalties on that developer, which said you need to pay $30,000 per month every month that you don't have a loan in place. The current mayor, right now, Mayor Connor Martin suspended that agreement. Why? That's something that has not been explained to the taxpayers or the voters. But you were continuously raising our mill rates and saying that you need to do this because, for instance, because of the unintended consequence of the exemption of the taxes for the 100% total and permanently disabled veterans. So you're using these excuses to raise taxes while you're exempting wealthy developers from paying any property taxes or any fees. So there's a mismanagement, in my mind, there's a mismanagement there. And only people who seem to be serviced and are getting any benefits and are not paying into the community or into the taxes that really runs the community are these wealthy developers.
So you're looking for accountability.
Yes.
You're looking for a referendum on the issue. You're looking for complete transparent. Am I correct? You're looking for transparency
Absolutely.
in
Absolutely.
everything that's going on there?
Absolutely. I don't think that's asking a lot. We've heard a lot of testimony here about, affordable housing and even, being able to transform commercial properties and hotels into living quarters because there's such a need for it. And then we have this situation where you have, these millionaires, and I mean some of the most prominent businessmen in the state of Connecticut are involved in this project. They're coming to the state of Connecticut for bonding, but there's a provision that says they don't have to pay the state any taxes. So, I mean, it's like who's really benefiting from this legislation? And I don't think it's fair for any of us or fair to any of us.
So lastly, you're looking for accountability.
Absolutely. Looking for accountability. So this is what I'm asking. The district is fine. It's just the language in there. Hopefully, like I said, it could be required that they have to pay taxes. And if they don't, they have to pay penalties. And then the penalties or the taxes can't be suspended because there's this other sidebar relationship going on. Because for me, there's no other explanation of why you're suspending penalty payments and not requiring taxes from people who very well can pay them.
So you're in favor of the project with
Yes.
certain safeguards.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's a great project. I think it's something that East Hartford definitely needs.
I heard that. Great project.
Yeah.
With safeguards.
With safeguards. And also lastly, if I could say the language in there which allows the referendum for just the members in the district, because the issue with that is the members in the district are more than likely going to support the district because the district is the one who are setting the guidelines and the perimeter. So I'm hoping that this is open up to the town, to the voters in the town, and not just the residents or the voters in the district, because the town is the one that's going to be really carrying the burden and the expenses. Like somebody mentioned about when there was a fire, you have a fire department that has to come, but you're not building new fire stations that are desperately needed. Is the public works that got to come? And the Public Works Department, from my understanding, they're not in compliance with OSHA regulations. So there's things that are being compromised and sacrificed to see this project through. However, we'd like to see a beautiful transformation of the riverfront.
Great.
Thank you.
I thank you for coming forward and
Appreciate that.
thank you, Madam Chair.
I believe that was it for questions for today, but thank you so much for your time.
Thank
and
you
your
very
testimony
much.
and
Nice
for
to see
hanging
you,
in.
Adam. Thank you.
Okay, up
Please
next,
sit
number
around.
32, Susan Halpern.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Whenever you're ready, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Sue Halpern, and I have lived in Stamford all my life, and the past 40 years in the south end of Stamford, which is AKA is the Harbor Point area. And I am president of the 30 Elmcroft Condominium Association where I live. And I'm here to please ask you not to approve SB 1444 as it is written. I can support the redevelopment or reuse of commercial buildings for housing. However, as of right language is dangerous. As of right designation permits development with no review by the public, including residents and businesses. On Elmcroft Road, currently, the old Pitney Bowes Corporation headquarters building is being repurposed into 256 apartments. The property is adjacent to Kosciuszko Park, which is a former landfill, and also within 1,000 feet of the Ripperwam River Inlet in Long Island Sound. On this same street are residential multifamily homes that are part of the National Registry of Historic Districts. This project was permitted as of right without any zoning board review, no traffic study, no review by the city's Harbor Management Commission, nor brought forward for coastal site plan review. The application was approved because of the as of right designation. This doesn't seem at all prudent. Public hearings are incredibly important for the consideration of potential adverse impacts of any development. Nearby residents often know much more than planning and zoning boards or developers as far as traffic patterns, flooding issues, or noise issues. Please do not approve SB 1444 with the as of right clause. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. I am seeing no questions at this time. Have a pleasant afternoon.
Thank you. You
Up
too.
next, number 33, Grace Brangwyn. We're sorry it took so long. Thanks for hanging in with us all day long.
Good afternoon to the chairs, ranking members, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Grace Brangwyn, and I'm a Public Policy Associate for the Connecticut Business Industry Association. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 1445, an act authorizing municipalities to exempt motor vehicles from property taxation. As we're coming to the close of this public hearing, I will make my remarks brief, I promise. This bill allows towns to exempt motor vehicles from property taxation over a 5-year period. This proposal opens the door for shifting the tax revenue to commercial properties in order to make up for the lost revenue. According to a study by Wallet Hub released last month, Connecticut has the 3rd highest real estate property taxes in the country. By exempting motor vehicles from property taxation, the tax burden must be shifted to other taxable areas in order to generate revenue for the municipality. We have deep concerns over a potential increased tax burden on commercial properties, which will serve as a major disincentive for businesses to start and grow in our state. In CBIA's 2024 survey of Connecticut businesses, 86% of respondents reported an increase in the cost of doing business in the state, with 15% of respondents identifying increased local taxes as one of those drivers. While well-intentioned, we respectfully urge the committee to consider the economic implications of this bill. We welcome further discussions on this topic, and we thank you for your attention to this issue. Senator Rahman, I do want to extend a special recognition to you. Based on some of the previous conversations in this public hearing, it's evident that you're working with many stakeholder groups to address some of the concerns brought before this committee. Thank you again, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Grace. Nice to see you again. SB 1445, like car tax one. Like previously I mentioned, we are not moving with the way the bill right now. We are working alternate option we have with the finance and all other stakeholder, like I mentioned earlier. But the point is, that this is a regressive, unfair, complicated tax. Connecticut, residents hate this tax. So we are looking to see how we can repeal, but we are not going to move with increasing the property tax. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. And I do want to mention that CBA would love to be included in those conversations as well. Should there be a spot for us at the table too. So thank you very much.
Thank you both. I'm seeing no other questions at this time. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Up next, number 34, Kirk Carr. When you're ready, sir.
Chairpersons, chairs, ranking members, and esteemed members of the Planning and Development Committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Kirk Carr, and I've lived in Connecticut since 1980, having served on both a Planning and Zoning Commission and on a municipal board of finance. I have benefited from training and experience to speak with some authority. I'm here to strongly oppose HB 7062, HB 7063, and HB 7148, which strip municipalities of zoning authority and, in effect, impose costly unfunded mandates. HB 7062 forces towns with populations over 25,000 to allow temporary shelters and affordable housing as of right on religious properties. This disregards local planning and infrastructure limits, public safety and sanitation concerns. Towns will be responsible for increased emergency services and utilities without additional state funding. HB 7063 mandates as of right conversion of vacant motels into multifamily housing, ignoring the long-term costs of residential development. Studies by the American Farmland Trust show that for every dollar in tax revenue, residential properties cost towns $1.15 to $1.50 in services, leading to higher property taxes for existing residents. HB 7148 is even more damaging. It requires municipalities to allow as of right residential and mixed-use development in every commercial zone. This will erode local tax bases by replacing revenue-generating businesses with housing that costs more in municipal services than it contributes in taxes. According to AFT's Cost of Community Services studies, commercial properties cost towns as little as 30 to 50 cents per tax dollar, while residential development costs more than they bring in tax revenues. No matter how much proponents of as-of-right provisions attempt to sanitize it, as-of-right provisions of each of these bills undermine local decision-making, increase uncontrolled cost to taxpayers, and disrupt sound economic planning. I urge you to vote no on HB 7062, HB 7063, HB 7148 to preserve local control and fiscal responsibility. I have submitted written testimony that provides greater depth and detail than is possible to impart in 3 minutes. Thank you. I welcome your questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no questions at this time, have a pleasant afternoon. Number 35, Naomi Soto, please. I am not seeing her online or in person. Moving on to number 36. Oops, yeah, number 36, Emily McAvoy. When you're ready.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, chairs, ranking members, and esteemed members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Emily McAvoy. Today, I'm speaking in strong support of HB 7147, an act authorizing municipalities to impose a tax on the endowment funds of private institutions of higher education. I'll speak briefly to the impact of this on the city of Middletown, where I live. My family and I pay taxes as an alumna of Wesleyan University, whom this bill may impact if passed. From its 2023 property ownership numbers, the hypothetical tax liability, if taxed for Wesleyan University, would be over $22 million. As we know, through pilot funds, the taxpayers of the state of Connecticut cover 77% of this. The revenue gap that is missing from the City of Middletown budget as a result of this is over $5 million. A 1% tax on the university's endowment could cover this revenue gap threefold and have an amazing impact on the city and the residents here. Though Wesleyan functions as an economic hub and job creator for the city of Middletown, it does not fulfill a role of expanding its educational mission throughout the state of Connecticut. Growing up in Waterbury and later in Wolcott, Wesleyan was unknown to working class public school students as an option. I found out about it through pure chance and luck. I'm incredibly grateful for the high quality higher education I received, but was shocked to learn the following as a student there. Number one, only 8% of Wesleyan students hail from the state of Connecticut. Number two, the median family income of a Wesleyan student is over $192,000 a year, which is roughly $100,000 a year more than the median income for a family in Connecticut. And number three, since Wesleyan's endowment ballooned after COVID, there are now tens of millions of dollars in an annual gap between how much of the endowment is spent and how much is permitted to be spent. That gap is, or that allowance of what can be spent annually is 7% per UPMIFA. So in Connecticut, the bottom income decile pays over 20% more of their income in taxes than the top income decile does, the top 10%. Our tax system is regressive and not equal. Under these circumstances, a wealthy institution that serves mostly wealthy students from out of Connecticut should not be subsidized by working class taxpayers in the state of Connecticut. HB 7147 is a step in the right direction, and beyond this bill, I would be in support of pursuing further measures to remove the existing roadblocks to these universities paying their fair share. Thank you for your time, and thank you to Representative Chafee for the work on this bill.
Thank you so much, Emily, for testifying today. We certainly appreciate when young people engage in this committee and take the time out of what I know can sometimes be a busy schedule to come forward and support or testify on bills. Representative Chafee does have a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Emily, for your testimony and all the research and organizing you've done around this. Quick question. I don't know how long you've been tuned in. Earlier, we heard from a representative of Fairfield University, and she was talking about a program they have to provide tuition-free associate's degrees to low-income students to get a two-year degree, kind of as a pipeline to Fairfield University. Do you know, does Wesleyan do anything similar to that?
There is nothing like that to my knowledge. One of the good things about Wesleyan and a lot of similar institutions, they do have what they call full need-based aid. So they don't do merit-based aid, but they will try to meet what they determine to be the need of a family. It's not always entirely that need is met, right? If you're very low income, right, there's a chance that you'll get your full tuition paid for. There are no programs like that. And I think the main thing that I would want to highlight is there is no intentional recruitment to the working class of the state of Connecticut at all. They send out recruiters to the Bay Area, to New York City, internationally to recruit the wealthy students that end up paying for the tuition and paying for a lot of the university's functions through that tuition. But there is no recruitment of working class Connecticut students, to my knowledge.
Thank you for that. I don't want to put you on the spot with any of this. I was really hoping someone from the university would come and offer testimony on this, and so we could talk about some of the things they're doing or not doing in the community. I know over the past decade or so, there have been some pretty notable changes with what they have done in the community, one being Green Street's Art Center. I don't know if you're familiar with that or if you could explain what happened there at all. And again, I don't want to put you on the spot if you're not familiar with that.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. Long story short, I can't tell you the year that it opened, but Green Street Art Center was a community and youth center in the north end of Middletown. It was a collaborative project between the university, the city, and the North End Action Team, a local nonprofit. Around 2018, I think, is when the doors of the center officially closed, but they decided that an annual price tag of $500,000 a year to keep that center open was too high, because they had expected that more higher income, middle class or higher income kids would be taking part in those programs. It ended up being that mostly low-income students would be taking those courses. And so the university ended up footing the bill for a lot of that. And they decided that price tag of just about $500,000 a year was too much. So they have refused to monetarily contribute in any meaningful way.
Well, thank you for the background there. Again, I really appreciate you testifying today and all the work you do around town. Definitely notice what you're doing, and I appreciate the organizing that you do. So thanks again. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
You are welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Emily, so much. I don't see any of the questions at this time. We appreciate having you here today. Number 37, Maria Weingarten, please, when you're ready.
Good afternoon. I'm distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Maria Weingarten. I'm a member of the New Canaan Board of Finance and a member of the Affordable Housing Committee there. I am here to testify in opposition to the language, the as of right language in SB 1444, HB 7063, and HB 7148. And while I understand that it's not an anything goes, the key thing to note here is that eliminating not just public hearings, but also the zoning board review of most development projects prevents the use of remedial 22A-19 intervention statute. This law, which is called the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act, protects the public trust in our natural resources by enabling state residents to intervene in public hearings to raise environmental issues, present expert witnesses, and appeal environmentally harmful decisions to the courts. With no formal review procedure, no public hearing, there will be nothing for concerned residents to intervene into. So that's my point on those three bills. I'm also in opposition to HB 7062, and I have a number of points that will be made clear in my testimony, and that's on the temporary shelters. First, 8 units per lot. The lot size, I don't believe, is defined. So maybe that's 1 acre, maybe it's 6 acres. 8 units on a half an acre would be a lot different experience than 8 units on, 3 or 4 acres. Also, I think it's important to remember that they need wraparound services if we're dealing with homelessness. I read some interesting reports that talked about the concurrent issues, domestic violence, mental illness, substance abuse, other medical concerns. And I heard what was mentioned earlier, so I did appreciate that one of these church locations did have those services. But I think that that's the key thing here, is that maybe a church location is good for temporary housing using the existing structures they have. This is quite common in other parts of the country, excuse me. And where people from the parishioners will stay overnight with the residents who are there. But I think the key is, if we want to focus on the homelessness, is to help that. The church, they're saying that this is temporary structures. It's really not temporary. It's only temporary if you're only limiting a person to be there for 12 months. It can be quite permanent, and it can have impacts on the existing environment for everyone. It says the occupancy is 1 family or 2 individuals, but you haven't defined what a family is. So could that be 5 people in a unit? That could be of a concern if you have high density within any of these facilities that are potentially on septic, may not have adequate facilities to maintain such a large population increase. And now we're talking about daily, not just the typical usage that is occurring at the facility. The 1 unit, yeah. So the outdoor 6-foot fence for obscuring storage. There's a question about whether would that conflict with existing regulations on fencing and things like that. The illumination of exterior area.
We are at 3 minutes and 30 seconds, so please wrap up.
Okay, thank you. So that's it. There are a number of points on that. I just wanted to share these with you to look a little bit more closely at this language, and that maybe this is not the ideal way to treat this situation. And we think vouchers and other funding sources might be a better solution. Thank you.
Yes, and they are addressing that in housing. Thank you so much. We see no questions at this time. Have a lovely evening.
You too.
Up next, we have number 38, Colleen Shaddix. Thank you for hanging in there all day.
Good afternoon, Senator Rahman, Representative Kavros DeGraw, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you about HB 7062, which I strongly support. I have the great privilege of volunteering at Rosette Neighborhood Village, the great work of my friend Mark and Luz Colville. And I submitted written testimony with the many, many lessons that we've learned at this beloved community. But in my brief time with you, I'd like to focus on two things: affordability, which has not come up yet, and local control, which has come up quite a bit. Reaffordability. It cost us $126,000 to purchase and do the site prep for 6 dwellings that house 8 people. We erected them in a single day with a mostly volunteer crew, including my unskilled self. This is a quick and easy way to get people who are in a life-threatening situation into safe and dignified housing. We've heard a lot about all sorts of minutiae today, but the fact of the matter is that there are people sleeping and dying on the streets in Connecticut, and there are not currently enough beds to accommodate them. This is one tool to add to the toolbox to save some lives. And residents regularly tell me, this place saved my life. It's the best thing I've ever done in my life. Relocal control. Churches tend to be land rich and cash poor. They could not do this sort of project without the support of their community. We didn't get grants for this. We didn't get state money. We raised that money one brunch at a time with community support. We went to the Board of Zoning Appeals, who gave us 3 variances that we needed to continue this life-saving work. Housed residents from throughout the neighborhood testified on our behalf because they know that unhoused neighbors are living in their neighborhood, whether they're sheltered or not. It's better for everyone in the neighborhood if they are in safe, dignified units instead of sleeping in parks and doorways. Our only opposition from the town has come from the executive branch. I don't fully understand it, but whenever asked, the mayor says that the state is tying his hands, that the state does not make provision for these kinds of houses. So for goodness sake, please untie the hands of the mayor of New Haven and mayors all over the state and make way for this very, very good, very, very necessary life-saving work. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I think you raise a good point. I think we are dealing in some case here with semantics of tiny house versus tiny shelter. Yes, these are people's temporary homes, but I think that our building code only allows for tiny houses, and perhaps that is the biggest issue, which I believe that your executive branch has been citing, is it doesn't meet building code. And so if we had some guidance around what temporary shelter is versus what a tiny home is, because we do want these to be as temporary as possible, temporary to the people who are in them, because we want to get them permanent, stable housing. I think that that's part of where we need to go. But certainly, I also feel strongly that if it is religious property in terms of, you know, a church, a temple, a mosque, that is clearly separation of church and state. I'm not sure how much we're supposed to be telling them about what they can and cannot do with their properties. So I just wanted to go back to the part of your testimony where you said that it was one brunch at a time. This bill does not have any state funding attached to it. We are not seeking state funding for this. This is merely a permissive bill to allow for cities and towns to be able to do this. How long did it take you to raise that money?
It took us 6 months.
Okay, so 6 months, but
Yeah.
that was your community choosing to raise that
That
money.
was our community working very hard, and we continue to raise money to pay the electric bill and feed people and so forth. We are saving taxpayers' money.
Absolutely, you're saving taxpayers money because we're not asking for state funding for the units themselves. This means that because you are in effect housing them, sheltering them, and helping them get to the next step, you are creating that, you know, good stopgap of, I heard about a truck that comes with medical care,
Yeah.
you know, all of those things that would normally be, you know, on the taxpayer dime. And again, these are human beings that we are trying to find shelter for. They are not other than us. They
No.
are us and there, but for the grace of all of us, it could be any of us at any time. So I think that that's part of what has been lost in the discussion today. And I really appreciate you bringing us back to that portion of it, because a lot of that was lost in the discussion today in the minutia of local control and pretending that these people's lives don't matter. So any questions, Senator Rahman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so very much for everything you do for our communities. We need more people like you, and thank you. What I do know, public safety is very important for everyone. Am I right? This is also our priority. And the religious facility run by religious leaders, they will not put people over there if they see is not safe. Am I right?
Absolutely.
And there's the nicest, kindest, peoples ever we know is running our religious facility. They will not gonna put someone life jeopardized, if they see it's not safe to live there. Am I right? So, but we are not talking about that. I think we are, what we're doing here, separating from each other, even though we know we can. Am I right? So we are keep trying over and over, separating from each other, but we try, but we keep failing because this is not good thing to do. This is not nice thing to do. We must work together as a team and supporting, helping our community desperately need help. So this is why I want to thankful to all our religious leaders. They basically working with us closely, and my co-work put heart and soul to supporting and helping people desperately need place to live in short time, not long term.
Right.
All right. So again, I thank you. Thank you kindly
Senator.
for everything you do for our community, and thank you for being here today, sharing your thought and idea. This is a lot, for the people about their need help. Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony and for all your work on this issue. I think the bill, like you said, is an important step forward from the zoning perspective. You mentioned the zoning appeals that you had to do before the Board of Zoning Appeals in New Haven. And I think, as you referenced, there's a second issue related to the building code and what's considered a temporary structure. My understanding from following this in the paper is that there was this 180-day threshold, and after that had been passed, the state no longer considered it temporary, but considered it a permanent structure, and then was concerned about snow and wind loads. So I do think there's a parallel issue that you flagged about having some carve out or exception for these types of structures in the state building code. But want to mainly just thank you for all of your hard work and dedication in raising the funds and advocating for this, and all the struggles that you've had with the state and city government trying to get this important work done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I would just like to add, in defense of my beautiful little shelters, that they are extremely hardy in snow and wind. They are in Vermont, they are in Massachusetts, they are in Rhode Island. At the last hearing where the city opposed us, we kept hearing, well, what if a tree fell on them? Well, if a tree fell on my house, it would be a very bad day. These are really safe units. They have CO2 detectors, they have smoke alarms, they have a second emergency exit. Obviously, our priority was to give people something safe, something decent, something dignified, and we have done that.
Thank you. And Representative Haynes has a question for you online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to say thank you, Colleen, for coming in and testifying. I am still working on getting a few of our legislators come down and visit, so we will see you soon. But I want to thank you for all the advocacy that you're doing down there, and I do look forward to coming down and taking a look.
Thank you.
And just one last question, because you don't necessarily have to share the company that has created or the shelters that you're using, but aren't there multiple companies that are creating these very specific shelters? We're not talking about like, oh gosh, I'm trying to think of the name of them. the crates, the shipping crates.
Right.
That's not what you use.
These are not shipping crates. These are not garden sheds. These are designed for human habitation in emergency situations, being things like mass hurricanes or being things like homelessness.
Yeah, where you would still have a lot of limbs coming down, I would imagine. Just saying.
Great point. Yes.
All right. Well, I really appreciate you being here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you,
And,
everyone.
we always enjoy seeing you. Take care. Number 39, Dave Adams, please. I believe he is online. Oh, Dave, if you can hear us, you have to accept the panelist invitation or you won't be in the Zoom room to testify. Thank you so much. When you're ready, sir, feel free to go ahead. Unmute and there you go.
Oh, there we go. So, hi, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Thank you very much for this committee's service and everyone who works in and around this subject matter. I am speaking today in opposition of SB 1444, HB 7062, 7063, 7148. And additionally, 7146. I would like to talk about how as of right is like the worst idea that anyone could come up with when we're talking about redevelopment of zoning. There's a reason why your community has, at least a mechanism to pay attention to question, to send in emails if there's no public hearing. I know that a lot of the charter towns do not have any way to petition or any way to really drill down on any of these zoning issues. I am thankfully in Stamford, and I do pay attention to my land use boards, and I think it's a really bad idea for those things to just go under the radar, and that's essentially what's going to happen if these things are as of right. There are questions that need to be asked, and God bless everybody who works in all of these different functions within our government, but people miss things, and it's a part of the crowdsourcing, eureka moment that we've been experiencing in the last 20 years. That a lot of the questions come from out of the public. It doesn't come just from people who are bureaucratically doing these works. People do the best that they can. They work really hard, but there is a great benefit for having public scrutiny. And I think that if you make things as of right, you are going to lose that public scrutiny to a great degree. And as far as 7146, I had another concern about that. And that was about notification, legal notices of municipalities. I think that publications are a mixed bag. Obviously, they're getting gobbled up by bigger institutions. Hearst Media basically took over all of our newspapers in Connecticut, and now they're talking about making regional newspapers. And I think there's a big loss if we lose the Stamford Advocate. But that's aside from the fact that these municipalities use these institutions to legally notice the public of their meetings. Whether people are going and getting legal notice there or somewhere else is irrelevant. The more notice, the better. The more that the public is aware of what's going on, the better, because you get more of that public scrutiny. And if you think that we can just throw everything up online,
Thank you.
I got to ask the question.
3 minutes.
That's fine. If
summarize.
I could just, yeah, absolutely. I think that there's, great danger in thinking that the internet is going to be there forever, and that it is impervious, and that it is not. There's no way that we're going to lose it. There are going to be outages. You cannot rely on technology as the end all be all. There has to be, a paper backup on everything, and that includes newspapers. And I thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm available for questions if anybody wants to ask any.
I don't see any questions, but just for your edification on the newspaper bill, this is something that the towns have requested. We have been working on this for 26 years. I don't know if you heard the earlier testimony. The newspapers are also on board with making this happen. And this would not preclude towns from putting out a sandwich board noticing things. It would not preclude towns from having their old-fashioned bulletin board inside of town hall. This is just a way to make sure that we are noticing in a modern way. And I couldn't agree with you more. If the grid goes down, we're all screwed. A lot of things are going to be gone, including the internet. But it is a way to move forward, and it has nothing to do with wanting to eliminate newspapers. I'm sad my local newspaper just died in the Farmington Valley. And as a former journalist, I would never do anything to actively kill newspapers or magazines, because you're right, the more notice, the better. But that's not the intent of this bill. And again, it would not preclude towns from noticing on any public bulletin boards they choose.
Does it remove the legal requirement to notice in the local newspaper?
No, it does not.
Okay, then that is my my mistake, and I misread what I was reading. I'm sorry.
Yes. Yep, that's okay. Thanks so much for your testimony. We appreciate you hanging in there all day, and we have no questions at this time.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to number 40, Jan Schaefer.
Good afternoon, committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I am speaking in opposition to two bills, one SB 1444 and then HB 7062. And with both of these bills, I really disagree with the as of right. I think housing is such a unique, it's so unique to each town and each city. And I think having an as of right without input from our towns and cities is just not the proper way to construct any type of housing or any type of building. I also am concerned about SB 1444 turning commercial buildings into residential. Well, I know that works, and we've seen that work in some places really well. I worry that we are at a time now when we really do need to be concentrating on bringing more business into Connecticut. And if we do away with some of these commercial districts, I worry about the fact that that might cause pause to some potential businesses considering moving into our area. On HB 7062, I just think there are so many questions that are not answered with these small homes or temporary homes on church and other properties that have not really been thought out. And that Maria stated it earlier, what is a lot? There's no definition into a lot. It limits the number of units per lot, but no definition as to the size of the lot. And I also am very concerned about water and sewage and food and storage and lighting. There's just so many issues that need to be thought out before this bill passes in any way, shape, or form. One other thing I just want to highlight is someone earlier was making a comparison to another city, and it happens to be a California city, San Diego. Well, San Diego has a population of about 1.4 million, and it's on about 347 miles. Our largest city is Bridgeport with 146,000 on, I think, about 19 miles. So it just points out you can't compare one city to another and what works in one to another. There are so many, size and amount of people are just two of the elements, but we really have to pay attention to each of our 169 towns and cities are very different, and a one size fits all just does not work. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much for your time and for being right on time with your 3 minutes. I'm seeing no questions at this time. Have a pleasant evening.
Thank you.
Finally, we have number 41, Brendan Berry from Wesleyan Democrats. Always good to end the day with a student. Go ahead when you're ready, Brendan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, everybody. I'll try to keep this quick because it has been a long meeting. So
you have 3 minutes.
My name is Brendan Berry. I'm a student at Wesleyan University in Middletown, Connecticut. I'm here today to speak in support of HB 7147. I'm speaking on my own behalf and on behalf of the Wesleyan Democrats organization. As it stands today, there is an economic injustice between Wesleyan and Middletown. The university makes no significant financial contributions to the community of Middletown ever since it closed down the Green Street Learning and Teaching Center, which we have previously discussed in this meeting. It really was a vital educational resource for a lot of Middletown families that the university withdrew recently in 2018. So that's really been a big issue for the community. Middletown itself is only able to spend about $100 million a year on education. Wesleyan's budget is over twice that. In fact, Wesleyan's total annual budget, as was previously stated, is larger than Middletown's. And the university only serves 3,000 people, whereas Middletown, of course, serves 50,000. So there's another disparity there. This is a pretty shocking statistic when I heard it, and it's only getting worse since Wesleyan is becoming one of the largest landowners in Middletown. It's depriving the city of much needed tax revenue as it develops more and more land, and more land becomes tax exempt. As we also previously stated, Pilot only covers about 70% of the lost tax revenue to the city. So every piece of land that is taken by Wesleyan University is less land that the city can actually tax. Currently, about $600 million worth of land is owned by the university and untaxable by the city. So every time that the university expands, the budget of Middletown contracts. Additionally, every time there's a fire engine or police car that's called to Wesleyan's campus, or a road that Wesleyan uses being repaired, it's paid for by the tax dollars of Middletown residents, taking wealth out of a city whose median household income is $75,000 a year and sending it to a university whose student median household income is over $190,000 a year. Now, don't get me wrong, I love my school. I'm deeply proud to be a student at Wesleyan, and I'm greatly appreciative of the resources that are provided to me as a student, but I don't want my education to come at the expense of someone else's well-being. Wesleyan takes more than it gives, and a tax on its endowment would make the relationship with Middletown far more equitable and more positive for all parties. And while Wesleyan might be a small university, the impact it can have is really large, as is shown by the contributions made by other NESCAC schools. NESCAC schools are our peer institutions. There are about 11 of them. And out of those 11, 7 contribute greatly to their local communities by donations to local organizations or direct payments to their municipal governments. And most of these schools have far smaller endowments than Wesleyan does. Ours is about $1.57 billion. It ballooned after COVID, as was previously stated. And a lot of those other NESCAC schools even have a larger student body than ours. So there's a lot that Wesleyan could be doing that it absolutely is not. If Wesleyan is unwilling to support its community as so many other schools have, then Middletown should be empowered to tax the university if they so wish. And that's what this bill is. It's only if they want to tax the university. You know, Fairfield, Connecticut might not decide to tax Fairfield University if they feel like they have a positive community relationship. Same thing could be said for New Haven and Yale. And so for those reasons, I really do believe that this bill would be especially impactful to my community of Wesleyan and my new community of Middletown. And so thank you all so much for your time, and I am very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. And I know Representative Chafee will have something for you, but I just wanted to say last year when we found out, the number of EMS, I'll call them calls, that really were not covered by the university, that was kind of shocking, at least to me. I don't know if it was to the committee, but that's part of the issue. I mean, those are services that are coming from the town. So just that alone, maybe there needs to be some sort of renegotiation of how services are, what the mutual aid situation is. But I was glad that you drew attention to that in your testimony.
Absolutely. And there are a lot of schools that do pay for those services. I know Fairfield does, and I also know that Amherst does. So a lot of schools do actually contribute back to their community for what the community directly puts into them. But Wesleyan, of course, does not do that. So I think that's another really big issue that we could fix. And just the presence of this bill existing is really good leverage in negotiations between the city and the school. Even if Middletown decides not to actually ultimately tax Wesleyan, maybe they could negotiate a deal where those services are paid for by the university.
And I will say that even though Fairfield came and testified, this bill actually wouldn't affect them because they're a new university and they only have a $47 million endowment, I believe. So it's not even something that would have necessarily hit them. So Representative Chafee, when you're ready.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to thank you for your testimony and your advocacy. I know it means a lot to me that students are speaking up on this, and the fact that you're new to Middletown and you're advocating on our residents' behalf. It just means a lot to me, and thank you for all the data points you shared. I appreciate it once again, and I believe you may be the last one, so I'll let you off the hook so everyone could go home. But thank you again.
Thank you, Representative Chafee.
We do have one more question from Representative Dubitsky before you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Now, instead of taxing the endowment of this university or these universities, wouldn't it be more fair to just tax their land like everybody else?
Yeah, so I mean, that's definitely a really interesting instinct to have. I mean, when I first learned about this, I also thought that the fact that Wesleyan had $600 million worth of land was the greatest indication that it should pay more to Wesleyan. But if you look at the actual endowment numbers, $1.57 billion is an enormous amount for a university of this size to possess. And there are a lot of other universities in Connecticut that might occupy smaller spaces in their towns, but also have very, very large endowments. And so when you're looking at the actual wealth of a university, usually it's not reflected in the amount of space that they take, but more so in the amount of wealth that they have stored over, in some cases, centuries within their endowments. Because you can't have really large universities that have very small endowments, and it wouldn't be very fitting to tax those universities on their land exclusively. So I would say that the endowment is likely the best and part of a university's portfolio to tax and is the most reflective of its actual wealth.
What if their endowments and their assets are not in the town or the state or even in the country? How do you have jurisdiction to tax an asset that's in a bank in the Cayman Islands, for example?
It's all assets. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, obviously. I'm 19 years old, so, that'd be pretty impressive if I was, but I'm certainly not. So I can't answer every question regarding jurisdiction, but this is money that is owned by the university. And there have been endowment taxes, I believe, in other states that have been proposed. And it seems like the issue of jurisdiction hasn't been raised so much. So I would assume that since it is owned by the university, that money can be taxed by the local municipality. And I wouldn't suspect that just it being invested in another area would make it untaxable.
Do you know of any other state that's taxed endowments of universities?
I don't want to put anyone on the spot. I personally don't. Representative Chafee might have some more data on that point. But this is an issue that I've heard about before, and I haven't heard people discussing the jurisdiction necessarily as being a big inhibitor. So I could definitely be educated in that regard as well.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative, and we hope you get where you're going safely. Representative Chafee for the second.
Yes, sorry for the second time. I do want to just clarify, I know the endowment issue has come up multiple times. The federal government is currently taxing university endowments, just for the record. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative Chafee. And with that, Brendan, I see no other questions for you. We appreciate you being our last testifier today. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. It is the end of our public hearing, and this is our last public hearing. So I just want to thank our clerk, our assistant clerks, all the people who sometimes fill in for us, our LCO team, our OLRs, especially our members, my esteemed, wonderful co-chair, and we will see you for our committee meeting Wednesday morning at 10:30. Thank you so much. Have a great afternoon.